All right. And we are back with the Mythgard Weekly Open round 3. There were some technical issues with the VOD before, so if you're just now tuning in, this is where the VOD is going to be starting from. We have some features already set up. We are going to be starting everything up with NUMAROS and Pulp.
Now, Pulp we did see earlier, and NUMAROS is one of our previous champions, so this should be a good match.
Oh, look at that. The transition worked. We did it. Oh, man. That's, I'll be honest, that's what I was spending most of my time on in between the round, was trying to get that to work. So that's good to see. Let's go ahead and get this all started. What do you think about these two decks? I mean, we've seen Pulp pretty much the entire tournament so far, but
Now, I have actually played several games against NUMAROS personally on ladder in the last 24 hours on him playing his red demolition list there, and it is scary. I actually think he's positive against me at the moment with that list. A very aggressive start backed by the blue removal suite, finishing it off with those Wings of Abaddon there, as we can see down the bottom there, as a 4/1 rush unit. Just puts out a lot of damage.
yeah.
So we'll see if Pulp can get on the board early enough. This is another matchup where I think we will see Long Winter put in a lot of work if Pulp can get to it, because NUMAROS only has... He does not actually play any removal for that Long Winter. So if that gets on the board, it is staying there and it will cause some problems.
Yeah. And we are going to get them all started. Just waiting for our feature to begin. All right, let's jump in here.
Here we go, and we do see Pulp getting the first move. Now, with that disc path, if you go second, your power costs 0 the first time you want to use it. So it's usually preferable for that necromantic deck to go second. So we'll see if that pans out, even though NUMAROS does definitely want to go first here. So it's rather interesting. We see the classic interaction between Born Again and the disc there, forcing you to discard so that the next time you use it, you get to actually draw a card, but then Born Again completely nullifying that discard. If everything is going smoothly here for NUMAROS, we'll likely see a Daring Trapezist come out, starting to put the hurt down on Pulp. Did opt to burn a Daring Trapezist. Does he have the second copy? Oh. Instead, we see the Fire Song Prodigy. Now, this is very interesting because it made that ignition. It won't be able to be blocked by the Born Again, which otherwise could have been played opposite the Daring Trapezist.
Yeah, and Baba Yaga's Den is going to cause some problems as well.
Absolutely, that card is just huge. A 6 back end is very difficult to deal with in most damage-based decks. He's going to need not only that ignition and the Fire Song Prodigy, but another card as well to finally get that 6 damage out.
Yep, it's gonna cause some problems for sure.
You see both players very carefully considering their options before they make their plays here. The early game is absolutely game defining for these two decks here. Either Pulp can get on the board very quickly or NUMAROS can pressure them out. And we do see that third card coming down, the Demolition Speedway being the card to help get rid of Baba Yaga's Den here. Don't think you could have asked for much better there, because Demolition Speedway is going to stick around and provide extra bonuses to the rest of NUMAROS' units.
Yeah. Bragi Rinsinger coming down.
Now, NUMAROS is packing the full 3 copies of Crimson Pact, so hopefully this Bragi won't be too much of a problem for them. Something really interesting to note, though, is we did just see Pulp burn the second copy of Allfather's Horn this game, which means both copies have been put back into their deck, and we'll see just how quickly they can get back to them again for their big swingy turns. Oh, and again, we do see the Junkyard Valhalla. That's not going to bring back that Baba Yaga's Den, and that's going to be a lot of fun trying to deal with that for a second time. It is interesting to see that NUMAROS has foregone the otherwise very popular Hecate's Wheel in their red list, which would normally be seen played to shut down things like this Junkyard Valhalla.
Yeah. And I feel like that's just due to the meta changes that we've been seeing. I feel that it's probably good to bring in, like, if you know what people are going to be playing, but without any sort of, multi-deck system or sideboard system, you just gotta play the best 40 that you can. You gotta kind of call the entire tournament beforehand.
Absolutely, and in a very fast deck like NUMAROS's, Hecate's Wheel is a very slow card.
Yeah.
I do tell you what, though, it was really fun seeing that Bragi come down as a 5/5 thanks to that Demolition Speedway. We'll see how well Pulp can deal with it. That Bragi having 5 power is actually extra important against Pulp's deck, because Pulp packs a full 3 copies of Led Astray, and Led Astray does not work on a 5 attack unit. And even so, as I continue to carry on about this 5 attack, it is not yet big enough to get past Baba Yaga's Den on its own.
It's really not.
Such a unique card, Baba Yaga's Den. I'd love to see some more design like it.
And, I mean, since we're still in alpha, it's possible. We could see new things develop, especially with Purple coming out at some point in the next year or so.
Absolutely. Purple is something I am looking forward to. Now, we did see that Wings of Abaddon come down and deal 4 damage to Pulp's face, as well as the Bragi giving it watered. That's going to be very hard for him to deal with.
Yep.
I'm really quite interested to see that Pulp did not block the Wings of Abaddon's path there, potentially going or opting instead to try and race NUMAROS here. If you deal 4 to me, I'll deal 6 to you, and we'll see where we go.
Yeah, one of those numbers is definitely bigger than the other, so it should be a little interesting.
Fun to see that Baba Yaga's Den is going to be able to heal itself up each turn if the Bragi cannot finish it off. So, let's see how long that one can stall out. Got a Rock God and a Moving House. Sounds like a fantastic house party at some point. This is where I'd like to say things are starting to look rough for Numeros, with Pulp still having a full 25
Yep.
life going into this later game stage when Pulp's deck is looking to be very aggressive. But Numeros is holding so many cards in their hand that they could be hiding 15, 20 points of damage without us even knowing.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the beauties of, you know, having public knowledge known, essentially. We can't call what's going to happen next most of the time. So,
Oh, absolutely.
yeah, we just don't know if some massive play is about to come out.
That Valkyrie Enforcer setting Pulp back a turn is only going to widen the life total gap a little bit longer. We do see one of the copies of Led Astray not being able to be used on the Bragi, of course, but on that Wings of Abaddon instead. Pulp putting up a very solid defense here, don't you think?
Yeah. Pulp's gonna have to try extract life. Just gonna get rid of the den. Oh no.
That is rough, seeing that life total only increase further. And in a beautiful twist of events on Numeros's part, Junkyard Valhalla being forced to bring back that Born Again, meaning that Numeros is going to have a chance to get rid of it once and for all. And Pulp here deciding, I'm just going to do that myself. Rather amusing.
Life. Oh no.
And instead of extra points of damage, Numeros simply holding a large number of answers, and this life total gap is increasing further and further. Cataclysm Smite here gonna end the game.
Yep.
Cataclysm, very powerful card we're seeing in everything from aggro to control these days. Control simply using it as the board wipe, the 6 damage is extra, whereas aggro is simply using it for 6 damage and the board wipe is extra. It's very nice to see cards being played in different situations.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting to see Cataclysm when we get 2v2 tournaments going.
Oh, I am looking forward to 2v2 tournaments.
Oh,
as soon as we can get those going.
Yeah, we're really excited for those. Those will be a real big help.
Let's jump right back in there. And Pulp again going first.
Yeah. And now this was brought up in the Mythgard the Weekly Open Discord. Does the challenger always go first?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
As far as I'm aware, it's random.
I believe it's random too, but I guess I never really watched it.
Certainly something we may check with the devs at some point, but at this stage, I do believe it's random. I do remember the first week I played in the Mythgard Weekly Open, I went second. All 3 games got knocked out on the first round. So
yeah. Oh, how far you've come since.
That was back in the 8-man test event.
Oh yeah. All the changes that have happened since that event. Crimson Pack coming down. Oh, so good.
Crimson Pack is still one of the best removal, if not the best removal tool in the game. And so it's not surprising to see Numeros opening one of his 3 copies here. Although Pulp still having another copy of Zera in his Boneyard, we'll be able to see if maybe another Necromantic will be able to stick. Just as good. That's even harder to stop.
Yep. That's going to cause some problems for sure.
Now, Numeros' main way of dealing with problematic units is going to be Extract Life or Crimson Pact. And this Zero coming back is only going to get bigger and bigger. So unless we see one of those Valkyrie Enforcers that we know Numeros is playing, he does only have the single copy. It's going to be very hard for him to deal with this Zero without taking a large chunk of damage from it. And it does look like we do have confirmation in the chat that it is completely random.
It is a coin flip. Yep.
Numeros seeking here to get as much damage in as possible before that Zero comes down. Seeing such a big unit come out on turn 5 is gotta be scary.
Yeah.
Oh no. Is he gonna give it watered as well?
That's not good.
Extract Life is no longer an answer. He's gonna have to definitely rely on that Enforcer or Crimson Pact.
Gigantomachia, it's just coming down.
It's gonna clear the Bragi as well. That's
Machia.
Absolutely phenomenal for Numeros at this stage.
Magnus is also very good.
Interesting to me that Pulp chose to play the Magnus away from the Demolition Speedway there. Perhaps to avoid a Daring Trapezist coming down and killing with a 4th.
Yeah, I think Pulp's trying to deal some damage. Essentially, doesn't want Magnus to die.
And we do see that Numeros did have that Daring Trapezist, so a good call by Pulp, perhaps. And once again, we're in that situation where we see the letter Stray having to be burnt because it cannot shuffle away that 5 attack Bragi. I think Bragi might be one of my favorite cards in this game. He is just so much fun.
Yeah. Plus, his flavor is just great.
I think a lot of the community might disagree with us on that point. I know a lot of people a little bit jarred from being Bragied so often.
Yeah. But I don't know. I want Stretcher to have a life tap sort of ability, so I don't know. Apparently my opinion just isn't valid anymore.
I believe not only myself, but most of the community told you no to that one last week. So that may be the case. We see the Wings of Armageddon, Abaddon getting watered again and coming down before the car returns. So getting in that quick damage. And Pulp is in a bit of a tough spot here. Just doing all they can at this point to stay alive. Although it is worth mentioning that a Cataclysm here will be lethal and may end the game. The question is, does Numeros have it? Almost. Thunderclap, Ignition, Smite is doing almost the same job here. Pulp mending up to 3 life. Maybe he can draw some more healing. He's going to have to be very careful what he puts in front of that Bragi, because Born Again with its 1 HP simply won't block enough damage. Well, that is certainly something that will absorb the blow a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And Crimson Pact comes down.
Oh. Numeros closing it out.
Defending their title as one of our previous tournament winners.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna
Going
close
strong
that
this
one
week.
out. Yep. Looking for another repeat. My bracket isn't loading.
Interesting. Let me have a look.
You able to get the bracket up or no?
Not yet.
Ooh.
Well, experienced some technical difficulties with the bracket at this stage. We'll definitely look into that.
We will jump into...
It looks like EndoZoa is still playing.
We'll jump into Endo's game while we try to get this going. I don't believe it's on us. I believe it's on Battlefy. So, hey, at least that's good. It's not on our end. Let's go ahead and see if we can get this going.
Well, while you look into that, I'm going to keep an eye on the match and we'll see how that's going.
Yeah.
I do believe this is the third game of their series. And we see EndoZoa going first. Shaxos actually being one of the few people to bring orange to this week's tournament. So this should be interesting to watch. The Calliope Muse coming down to check the maze. Maze being played right off to the far left-hand side there. Just so it doesn't clog up too many of those middle zones with its immobile status. Of course, getting those free card draws is always nice. And not that we've seen any of it yet, but Shaxos is actually also playing green. Has a few green units in there, as well as some more copies of one of our favorite commons, Raid the Tombs. So we may see those start popping up very soon. Even as EndoZoa gets that Kara out and developed very early, taking control of both the middle of the map and the left-hand side of it. And we see a Poxbringer coming out, putting the Blight 2 on Kara, going to be reducing it by 2-2 every turn. Although she herself will continue to grow, so we'll see which one of those can outlast. But Poxbringer in this case giving Shaxos his third soul, being able to bring back one of those units from his Boneyard. Now, this is a very hard turn for Shaxos because they can't just play out a bunch of low-costed units because then the Kara won't end up dying and she will continue to stick around.
All right, I'm back. Battlefy is working. Everything is good. We don't have to pair the rest of the tournament by hand. Having to do that before wouldn't have been an issue, but not the most fun thing.
Yes, that could have been problematic.
This is the last game going on right now. Everybody else has already reported their scores, so.
Excellent. They are in game 3 as well.
Oh.
Crimson Pact coming out here to stop that Kadeho from gaining Shaxos his life back is going to allow Endo to put in a fair chunk of damage this turn, actually. He's looking at dealing 10 here, nearly half of Shaxos' total life that remains. And one of Shaxos' green additions, the Avenging Alpha, coming down as a 6/6. This is a very scary unit to have to face down when it only costs 4 mana.
Yeah, that minion is very terrifying. Yeah. Oh, yeah, so good.
There's been a fun little graphical bug with that card recently, whereas if you zoom in on his full card art while he's transformed like that, it'll actually go back to displaying his normal card art afterwards, which has been a bit of an amusing thing I've played around with in my game sometimes. We see EndoZoa spreading that watered around just in time for a powerful Cataclysm.
Mm-hmm. It's going to put his opponent at 2. I mean, 3.
Alright, Shaxos is packing actually quite a large amount of life gain. So he should be able to maybe keep himself out of that smite range, but definitely not out of the second Cataclysm that we know EndoZoa runs.
Yep. Oh, the well played. Crimson Pack. Smite. And that is going to be the end of round 3. EndoZoa pursuing the gold this week.
Well, he's been pursuing the gold in every tournament so far.
Yeah.
We'll see how far they can make it this time around. Hopefully they won't end up sleeping out in the park bench this time.
Oh, man. That's wild. We do have some more stats to go over, so let's go ahead and jump into that.
Oh, absolutely. I love the stats.
We are going to be talking about the most played rares and then the most played powers. So, let's go ahead and check out these rares. I'm happy the transition works. We have 17 copies of Cataclysm, 14 copies of Extract Life, 13 copies of Allfather's Warn.
Now, this is really fun to see. Extract Life, still coming in at the second most played rare slot there, is something we've seen in just about every tournament so far. It is a part of that red removal suite in Ignition, Crimson Pact, and Extract Life. But also, the life gain is what makes it so valuable to so many decks that it's honestly a little bit surprising to not see more of it played. but for now it is where it is. Cataclysm is something we have seen that used to only be played in the stretcher control lists, and we've seen it since shoot up in popularity into just about every deck imaginable that plays blue. Aggro decks play it for that extra 6 damage to try to finish off an opponent. Mid-range decks play it as a board wipe or as a little bit of extra reach, and then the control lists continue to play it as that extra board wipe, and even sometimes just that little bit of extra damage plus stretcher. I'm sure many of our players have been on the receiving end of that in the recent times. Allfather's Horn, though, is something that is been very powerful. It effectively says take an extra turn, and that is an effect that we've seen put to good use even in the stream today by Chumsie, letting them repeat spells, play extra spells, and just make units able to attack again. Being able to make your units effectively have rush is terrifying when they're both all getting +10 plus from Spellflux Cauldrons. And we see it also in the Reanimator deck, so that is a card that I know the devs are looking at the moment, as it is exceptionally powerful. And we will just have to see where it goes from here.
Yeah. And we do have the most popular. We're going to go with powers. So let's go ahead and get those brought up.
I don't think this will surprise anyone again this week.
No, I mean, it's such a dominant field of Smite, a little bit of Infuse, and then Mend and Reanimate. It's Smite is just so good.
It's just the fact that it fits into every deck. Like, no matter what, right now in Mythgard, every deck is going to win by reducing your opponent's life total to 0. And so it fits in with every deck, and I'm sure we've all played games where we've been left with that couple extra power, couple extra mana, and just used our powers a few times, and Smite adds up really quickly. When you think of one of our most played rares, Cataclysm, being 6 damage to the face, you easily do that much damage, if not more, with Smite over the course of the game, and that adds up really quickly. Infuse being at 4 copies, I suppose, of the power this week is nice to see. It's refreshing to see more than just Smite. And Infuse gets played in a lot of those minion-heavy decks. So stuff like Shaxos's, probably butchered that one, deck we saw last round playing Infuse to get the most value out of all of the tokens they're generating, making your tokens from 1/1s to trade up into 2/2s like Gallo Boy eventually runs you a lot of value into the late game, and that's what's going to help you stabilize with your creature-heavy strategy. Now, Reanimate and Mend are interesting choices. We do see Reanimate in, I believe it was the Artifact deck, being able to get extra value out of the Bellamy Falls and a few other lists that they're playing. As well as just, once they're in the Boneyard in that list, they just don't do anything. So Reanimate being able to turn those into extra units to be buffed by all the artifacts lets you get away with not running as many minions in the deck to begin with. And Men simply rounding it out, being the power of choice in Pulp's Reanimator list as opposed to Smite, because Pulp goes very, very high, so if he can survive that late game, the minions are going to do all the damage he's ever going to need.
Yeah. And I mean, none of these things are surprising. I think we might see a shift depending on, I think it was a dev was mentioning maybe they're looking at Smite or they want to keep it where it is. And as the game changes, I'm sure we're going to see a bunch of different numbers change. I mean, we're already seeing things change in this small meta that we're developing every week, but it's going to be really interesting to see how the meta brings light to problems in the game, or in the cards at least, or powers or paths. So let's go ahead and get this featured card spotlight brought up. We're going to go ahead and get your round 4 pairings ready. And then we only have one more round after that before our top 8. So we will be right back and getting you guys into round 4. All right, everyone. Welcome back to round 4 of the Mythgard Weekly Open. Week 4. We are through with the technical issues. Everything is good now. We have a great feature match set up. EndoZoa, Teamer Toolbox against NUMAROS. Red Demolition. How do you feel about this, Toon?
This is going to be a good match.
Yeah.
I definitely feel it favors Numeros, although I do believe EndoZoa has the ability to play well enough that maybe they can make up the distance.
All right, let's get them started in on this. So
yes, this should be a very exciting match here on home. EndoZoa, a finalist in pretty much every single tournament, top 8 showing, against Numeros, who has actually been one of our champions. So I'm looking forward to a good, high quality match here.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty good. All right, they've already jumped in, both of them ready to do this. Would you look at that? Great card backs. Oh man.
Same card backs, same path, same power. Let's do this.
This is gonna be fun.
You watch EndoZoa here burn their one copy of Ignition as well. And just keep the play. Now, if Numeros can put out the damage quite early, it puts a lot of pressure on the Teamer Toolbox deck with its Crimson Packs, Echo Feasts, and Crimson Firebirds, just all doing little bits of incremental damage against Endo and making it harder for him to play his cards down.
Yeah, Gallus Boy coming out. Gonna be a great unit in this matchup. Little baby minion. It's 2 damage a turn, but if you can't get rid of it, it's gonna have some problems.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic because Numeros is packing a lot of ways to remove small units that just don't work on Gallows Boy. So we're going to have to see either a Crimson Pact come down on him, or he's going to take out one of Numeros' units, and that is the main way Numeros is going to win this game, is with his units. And we do, of course, see the Crimson Pact actually coming out here. We do know that Endo does play one of our favorite cards, Braggy the Runeslinger. So maybe now that one Crimson Pact is gone, we might see the old legendary bard come down and be pretty safe.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit safer to play now. Frostbite getting burned. Good old smite and pass.
Both players, of course, getting those extra cards to play with from the turn of seasons reaching fall. So we're seeing these rather large hand sizes here. I don't think Numeros is particularly happy to see this slow start from their deck.
Yeah, in this matchup, you want it to be a little bit faster than what's happening, but... Ooh, Bald Mountain.
That's a very interesting play from EndoZoa, taking a full turn off to develop that. Especially with nothing in their Boneyard yet. Numeros not quite able to take advantage, but having to smite with 5 mana. That feels rather rough, unfortunately. I can only imagine what both players' hands must be like.
Fate of Firebird's going to come down.
If I had to guess, I'd say Numeros has had that unfortunate issue where their hand is mostly removal spells, and EndoZoa hasn't been playing many minions for them to get value out of that.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that comes down.
Yeah, it looks like it. was the issue.
But we do still see EndoZoa taking 4 damage that turn. 2 from the Smite and 2 from the Firebird. That could start to add up before too long.
Mm-hmm.
EndoZoa here opting to play the Calliope Muse down and start to get a little bit of information for planning their next couple turns instead of just throwing that Firebird back down and inviting a bit more damage. Although we do see them forced to use an Ignition on NUMAROS for damage purposes, just so they can get Raid the Tombs to draw a couple extra cards.
Wings
Both
is going to end up
players-
clearing.
Yeah, that's very good here, preventing EndoZoa from adding back that Raid the Tombs and getting a little bit more advantage. Both players playing methodically and thinking out all of their potential options before making their turns.
And that's something you're going to see from such high-level players. It's just taking your time, making sure every play you make is correct.
No, absolutely. Hopefully we won't see EndoZoa accidentally run out of time in their turn this week, as has happened previously. NUMAROS making sure to keep the life total in their favor, which is very important in this matchup where we've seen EndoZoa already use Cataclysm several times to close out games.
Yeah. Gallus Boy coming down.
Certainly a standout card this week.
Yeah, for sure. It's been carrying a little bit more than usual.
EndoZoa here making sure there's not much room for some rush units to get past his 2 units already on the field. And just continuing to keep that bold mountain empty so as to not allow EndoZoa to reuse their spells. A Rewind Hex here is probably going to be very strong, locking NUMAROS out from one of their key draws. They're going to need to close this game out. And EndoZoa opting not to burn a card and be able to play that Crimson Firebird down and simply holding all of the cards they have in hand. Do now see EndoZoa in firm control of the board, although potentially at a lot of risk here to Cataclysms putting in a lot of damage. And there we go. EndoZoa going to be forced to use that Bold Mountain now to get back air healing just to stay in the game.
That's not where you want to be.
No, but it's most likely not what NUMAROS wants to see either.
Yeah.
He's going to have to get rid of that Gallows Boy very quickly, otherwise he's simply going to gain too much life with those air healings. And NUMAROS, of course, out of cards. Gonna very much depend on what these next two draws are.
Yeah.
Now that was a very heads-up play by EndoZoa there, dealing a little bit of damage to their Firebird to gain back a little bit of life that would have otherwise been extra damage had NUMAROS been able to remove the Firebird. That's 4 damage. Game is so close.
This could still go either way. And that's
Absolutely.
terrifying.
EndoZoa has to get above 8 life to be safe from Cataclysm plus Smite. It's terrifying to be in EndoZoa's position right now. Feeling like you have control of the game, but you're just so close to just being burnt out. An interesting play there by EndoZoa, putting NUMAROS down to 7. Not enough to make it so that Cataclysm would tie the game instead of ending it. Opting to use Ignition on the Ringmaster, not dealing 2 damage to EndoZoa's face, means that NUMAROS just doesn't have the damage.
Yeah.
EndoZoa happens to have a Wake the Bones here. I think it's all over. And I do believe they have one in their boneyard they could grab back with Bold Mountain. Let's see if they pick up on it. And there it is.
Yep. Oh no. Such a close game the entire way. EndoZoa leads 1-0. You surprised by that or no?
These are matches that could go either way. I would not be surprised to see either of them win. It was just such a close game that it essentially came down to if NUMAROS was able to draw into that last little bit of damage. So, well played by EndoZoa to make the right decisions in what spells to bring back and what spells to play to make sure that they stayed in the game. We're going to see the first couple turns go by very quickly as both these players know exactly what they need to do. Firesong Prodigy was one of our most commonly played rares a few weeks ago, and has since dropped back out of popularity. The Ice Spike going to clean up that Calliope Muse and let some damage through. And everyone's favorite bard is back on the field. We're also going to see NUMAROS' Braggy come down. Battle of the Bards once again here. This does mean, though, as NUMAROS is going to be forced to essentially sacrifice that poor Firesong Prodigy to an already established musician in the musical world of Mythgard, it seems. Now that Firebird here is actually a bit of a risky play because it does die out to one Ice Spike thanks to Winter, which means that NUMAROS has a chance here to turn one Ice Spike into a free 2 damage and setting EndoZoa back pretty much an entire turn. However, thanks to Bragi, these wardeds going around means that both players' removals are going to be a little bit suboptimal.
Yeah.
The chat seems to agree that Bragi has seen a lot of limelight today. Too many encores. Neither player looking to contest the other in terms of lanes, and since essentially going to try to rush each other down at this stage. EndoZoa currently having more points of damage on the field. But NUMAROS having that greater burst potential. Daring Trapezis coming down, telling Bragi that one-man acts are outdated, and the flying duo does take him down. I won't deny that epic guitar riff that plays every time you use an effect from Bragi is
Oh yeah, for sure.
pretty fun to play.
Raid the Tomb's coming down.
And an update on our bracket, we've already seen 4 games finish going 2-0 very quickly. So we've only got the 4 games left. Half the round finished just like that.
Yeah. And even though we did have some people drop, we still do have to have a 5th round. And that's where we're gonna see some make or break it.
Oh no, we see NUMAROS setting up for a very, very clear cataclysm here.
Oh no.
EndoZoa though.
Endo had it. Not permitting a draw.
The eye healing.
So good.
So strong in the hands of these players. And it seems the chat does disagree with us about that guitar riff, in fact. It seems a lot of them don't like it.
Jeez.
They're hard to please, this chat.
They usually are.
Oh, we will have to look at jumping into a game still ongoing.
Yeah, we'll see who do we got up still? Burn.
Well, Burn and Pulp haven't reported a game yet, so it's entirely possible they're still going.
This could be game 1.
Entirely possible. This is looking like a bit of a hectic game. Burn being down on 6 with 2 cards in hand. Pulp being on 5.
This could be game 1. All Father's Horn.
Is Pulp going to be able to finish this one off? Yes, those decks are looking mighty thin as well. Burn might be already down to just about doing his infinite combo trick.
Just waiting to get a game count for this one.
Oh, in the meantime, let's have a look and see how many cards are left in each player's deck, because this is a game that could quite easily go down to fatigue if Burn isn't careful.
Yeah, 9 for Burn, 6 for Pulp. Yeah, this is not where you want to be. The recursion is coming out. That's gonna set up some issues.
And just had confirmation they are still in game 1.
Oh, how much time in the round?
They do still have another 20 minutes. This first game has taken a while, although it looks like Burn is about to drop this first game.
Yep, Burn has in fact dropped the first game. Win to Pulp. That's fantastic. Let's get that updated. We might actually see the new time not mess up around, but be impacted. Everybody else has finished their games.
Well, at least we've got a game to continue watching.
Yeah.
And I think that is the important thing here. And I did notice the long winter in that game on Pulp's side, so it is entirely possible that's what slowed the game right down.
Good. Most likely it is.
Pulp, of course, being one of the few players not playing Smite this week. And as chat pointing out, games go long when the long winter is in play.
Yeah, that's something that we would have to consider for next week. Too short of notice.
But yes, I was discussing with one of the dev team last night about the way Allfather's Horn and Recursionist do interact, and it is something they are looking at, as with a lot of things in Alpha.
Long winter is going to really slow everything down.
Yes, as the world freezes over, so does else. I don't think Burns' current list plays a way to deal with it, which
No.
could come back to be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem for sure. Just the Deported, I guess, is the only way you could really do that.
Well, he does play Jamming Satellite, which is
Good card.
very, very good card. But that could be his only real way of handling it. Because as far as I'm aware, you can suppress off the stun from your own unit. So that may be the way Burn has to go about it. We do have this Hopeless Necromantic here, and it's going to go.
Ooh. Rune coming down.
Yes, the Rune of Denial not only getting rid of Bold Mountain, but also shutting down Braggy as double value there. And this 0 is going to be something Burn has to deal with ASAP, or else it may get out of control. And Pulp is just going to continue to drop threats that have to be answered as soon as possible by Burn, or else they're going to get out of control.
Yeah, there's nothing you can really do. I mean, you have to do something. But
Burn's simply going to draw a lot of cards, as Burn likes to do with his combo deck. Burn, of course, having 40 HP, can afford to take a hit or two.
Kara coming down.
Well, she may be stunned. And Burn doesn't play a lot of minions. I think he plays 4 minions and 2 clay effigies total. So Kara most likely won't be getting a lot of value, but she is still a body. A scary one at that. Look at her dual wielding those 2 hammers. Be terrifying to see her. Village being burned here. Not really much use in this matchup.
Yeah.
Burn sneaking in a little bit of damage there. Now there's something interesting that I myself do a lot sometimes, and that is when I have a larger hand size, I forget which cards my opponent can see in my hand and which one they cannot.
Mm-hmm.
And so like Burn just did here, sometimes I forget to play the ones that they can see first and keep the second one hidden.
Yeah, it happens.
We see them play one copy of Raid the Tombs without the one that the opponent can see. Of course, they could always just be attempting to put more cards into their boneyard so the Raid the Tombs can eventually work. Who knows?
Yeah.
We have over 100 packs in the pool again this week, don't we?
Yep. 100 packs.
Yes. It is an absolute blessing to have the amount of support we do from the Rhino team for the community here.
Yeah, for sure. And it's awesome to see, you know, the Rhinos sitting in Twitch chat, hanging out, watching, responding.
And for those of you just joining us, Noah unfortunately couldn't make it to cast today, so you have myself, Toonstar, filling in as a guest caster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Noah had a family emergency. Like I said, we'll keep you updated based off of what we hear back, but I haven't heard back from him yet. And yeah, that's honestly things I like about the way we get to spectate. We actually get to interact with the Twitch chat directly, which is kind of nice. I think it helps fill the lulls where we can't, you know, say, this is what I would do, because I don't know what's in their hand.
No stream delay is, of course, a blessing when it comes to commentating. Not one that is often afforded in video games.
Yeah. Apparently you're not mentioning crocodiles or knives enough.
Well, if any of our players wants to bring a Gatorkin into next week's tournament, I will absolutely mention the fact that we would then have a Gator in play.
Yeah. And just so everybody's aware, Toon is going to be casting 2 weeks from now with Noah due to me moving. So They're going to be a wonderful duo casting. So that should be fun as well. Toon, you're actually not going to be able to play in any tournaments for this entire month, right?
No, unfortunately, this would have been the last one I would have had time to play for with me guest casting 2 weeks from now. So you guys all catch a break from me. Honestly, at this stage, I actually think that it is helping Burn out more than it is helping Pulp at this stage, because it is stopping all the incremental damage that Pulp would be able to be doing to try and push Burn out of play.
Spectating shouldn't have been broke. I think they're just taking very long turns. But Burn is playing, so it could always be broke.
They still have nearly 10 minutes left in this round.
Yeah, which is great, because if we were using 60-minute rounds, oh no. I completely disagree.
And yes, we did, of course, see, once again, the braggy bug hiding all of the cards in Burn's hand once more.
Aw, thank you. Yeah, we're excited.
Burn is actually in our Twitch chat claiming that if Long Winter was not in play, they would have already won by now.
Oh. All right.
Which, to me, suggests that they happen to have a Bald Mountain, a Bella, some Allfather's Horns, and a few other things
Some
in
fun
play
stuff.
still. And Long Winter is preventing them from comboing out, as is a phenomenal way to slow down the game here.
Yeah. Does the Cataclysm... I think...
Cataclysm
I don't know if I like that Cataclysm.
Scary there. It puts a threat onto Pulp's board, but does potentially leave them open to Burn doing a little bit there, because Burn also plays Cataclysm, and if they have any left, they could Cataclysm Smite.
Yeah. But, Burn takes a win.
And there is that Cataclysm Smite, after all.
Oh man, we have people very excited to see if they make it to top 8 in the Discord right now. They're all super excited. That's fun to see. All right. We do have game 3. Right?
Yes, and as we go into game 3 with 5 minutes left on this clock, or just over 5 minutes.
Well, they do
Would
get
you like
that
to explain how time works?
Well, how time works, or how time in the round works?
Time in the round works.
Okay, because one of those is not. I'm not going to be able to explain that. But so we have 5 minutes left. This is their 5-minute warning. After that, they get a 10-minute time extension. If they go past those 10 minutes, whoever has the highest life total wins. So I don't think it's going to get that far, but then again, they did have like a 30-minute game 1. So it could, but we will we'll have to see.
I think 15 minutes will be plenty of time.
Yeah.
Although Pulp does get to start off by putting Injured Beast directly into the Boneyard, and that is always the scariest thing to see when you know your opponent's playing Hopeless Necromatics.
Yeah, that's not, you don't want to be sitting across from that, for sure.
I can certainly tell you that I don't.
And remember, we already do have signups ready for next week's Mythgard Weekly Open. So if you are interested in playing next week, go ahead and sign up right now to get your chance at winning 25 packs or more. Well, no, not more. 25 packs or pay out all the way down to 32.
Absolutely. Just participating at this point is enough to essentially get you packs. Yeah, we will be paying out down all the way to 32 participants. So unless we get more than that, everyone's guaranteed packs. Yes, as the chat has pointed out, we were mentioned last week by the dev team that Long Winter will be getting some changes in the upcoming patch. That is just slightly too strong at the moment, as we've been seeing in these games.
Yeah.
That's perhaps something to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, the second we get like that major patch coming, it's gonna be wild. I'm really hoping we get the patch before deck lists are due, because it's gonna be wild if it comes out on the Friday after everybody's already submitted their deck lists. So we're gonna be playing that one by ear, depending on when we get it.
I mean, at that point, I'm just the guest caster. I'll leave that one up to you and Noah to work out.
Yeah, just bring whatever. It's okay.
This is almost ideal for Pulp at this stage. Having Indrik Beast already there, having a Necromantic in play, and now starting to get the value with Born Again plus Disc is really essentially good. Hopefully going for a snowball at this point.
Yeah, we don't know when the patch is going to be dropping yet. We just know it's going to be this month. Rhino's been very good about their transparency and letting us know things ahead of time, not just last minute. So this could be, a week, 2 weeks, but they'll let us know. At least we know it's coming and we're not just sitting here sad about the longest winter.
See, I'm personally a big fan of winter in general. Summer does not do it for me, so.
Well, it's got to be kind of weird down there. Is it just pretty normal?
And Hyperborean coming down to oppose that 0-1 token.
Oh, no.
It's pretty scary if Burn doesn't have much to do.
Detained is going to kind of solve that, but...
Satellite coming down, getting rid of that Necromantic. Very strong for Burn at this stage. It does feel like Burn is starting to take control of this game again.
Mm-hmm.
Although the second iceberg might have something to say to it.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you the truth. Sometimes when you play against Burn's deck, he feels like the Titanic. He feels completely unsinkable with the amount of healing and cycling he goes through.
Yeah.
You see him get up to 40 life, and it's like, well, how do I win this? Hyperborean's here to shed some light on that one and just hopefully punch a bit of face damage. We'll see if Burn lets any of it through, or if he's going to continue to detain and deport these elementals.
Nope, gonna use the bolt. Try to draw a thunderclap.
Okay, so we have just hit the time in the round there.
All right.
I'm gonna let both players know.
10-minute extension, and then after that, it's just gonna.
Something tells me this game isn't going to last another 10 minutes, but
But
just in case.
yeah, just in case it does.
Yet another necromantic coming down. Those things are very painful to deal with when you are not playing red.
Yeah, for sure.
Or I suppose orange, which we didn't see much of this week. Perhaps a Seal of Exile could have been a good call this week.
Yeah, I feel like it was a hot pick last week, but after seeing it, people are just kind of done.
Yes, after the success of the token decks last week, we had 2 in top 8. They appeared all over ladder, and everyone seems to have been prepared for them.
Yep. And that's good. I like how fast the meta's moving. It's not just going to be the token decks for 2 weeks and then that's it, you know? We're just kind of stuck with those. It's, oh, well, we're all going to adapt, and then something like this happens where, did we even have any token decks registered?
I don't believe we had any dedicated token lists registered this week, unlike last week, but we actually had 3 identical token lists. And Burn choosing not to use the suppression this round on that necromantic, probably showing me that he doesn't have a good answer to it right now.
Yep.
Oh dear, time to
no.
watch out for that spectator bug as Burn does burn things. And he's going to start drawing a lot of cards.
Yep. And that is going to bug out the game. We will have to exit and then rejoin. Thank you, Burn.
We've had the devs comment on this particular bug before, and I do believe
it's being worked on.
Yes.
But
for the time being, we're going to have to keep jumping in and out.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the kind of situation where Pulp not running Frecky sidecar like Jock was in the similar list is potentially hampering just how much damage they can put out. Well, it does seem like Burn is not currently able to handle these Hyperboreans as efficiently as they'd perhaps like.
Don't worry, we're on it. Quick this time. Anytime Burn puts in ephemeral card into their deck, it bugs out the game, just so everybody's aware. So we have to rejoin and come back in.
And Braggy is taken down thanks to the suppression from the orbital satellite.
Cataclysm will free us from the spectating bug for a minute.
Cataclysm helping put in a smooth 12 damage right there.
Yep.
It's scary. Braggy did have enough time to give that Hyperborean warded so that it did survive the Cataclysm quite nicely.
Oh.
Oh, now that's a fun card. Traitorous Murmur coming out. not only putting another threat on the side of Pulp, but clearing up that Bald Mountain in the same time. Burn, of course, does have that Deported in hand, and he could have bounced the Magnus back to his own hand to play again if he so chose.
Do you know how much time we have left in round? Is it gonna come down to?
We got 4 minutes left.
Oh.
And yes, as we did have it pointed out in the chat, just as a bit of further clarity, the ephemeral card does not actually go back into the deck.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
It does just leave play.
But leaving play, it desyncs the game and then just messes everything up in spectating.
Burn, of course, forced to deport that Indrik Beast.
Yeah.
Burn on exactly 9 life when faced with this Indrik Beast.
Yep. This could be it. But we'll see. Burn concedes. Well fought.
Clearly
game.
not having the answer there, sadly.
Yeah. And that will be it for that game. We did have some people drop as well. So we are going to go ahead.
We're going to get round 5 started as soon as we can, folks.
Yeah, we're going to jump pretty much straight into round 5. We do have a bunch of people that could either get knocked in or knocked out. Oh, no. This is going to be good.
Yeah, we'll definitely try to show you a bubble match, guys, so we can debate on whether or not someone can make it in or not.
Yeah. So we are going to go ahead and get round 5 set up. We will be right back. It's going to be a short break, but we will be right back and get you guys into round 5. All right, everyone. We are back for our final round of Swiss. We have great bubble match. Armitroner, probably butchered that name as well, versus Tritros. Oh man, me and Tune are in for it. How do you feel about this matchup?
This
Tune?
should be really interesting. We're seeing a very traditional stretcher, the blue-red control, against a unusual yellow-red deck packing a lot of removal and a lot of interesting cards. We see a full set of Magpie Squad Leader there, which paired with things such as the Dashing Ringmaster and Freckles Huntress can put out a lot of damage very quickly. So this should be really interesting to see how it goes.
Okay, we are trying to get them in their match now. So let's go ahead and get this all set up. I'm really excited. This should be good. I love bubble matches. Makes me on my edge of my seat, just being like, huh. Wonder what we're gonna see here.
No, this should be quite interesting. Worth noting that we are seeing one of the few infused decks this week as well.
And then I think we're gonna have a really diverse top 8 as well. We're a lot of the players that you would expect to be up here. Burn, Semper Pi, they didn't make it this week. So we're gonna have some new blood in the top 8 for sure. And that's exciting as well. Let's go ahead and get into round 5.
This should be good. But no, Semper Pi actually had a rough week this week. And once again, we see the classic card sleeves, and I do love seeing that logo.
Yep. Looks great. Calliope Muse coming down. Divination.
There's honestly just not much better you can ask for out of a turn 3 play than a 3/3 and getting to look at your next draw. It's a reason we see it so often.
Ichor Feast. Draw 3. Lose 3.
Yeah, now knowing he is up against someone playing the stretcher, it's very important to get those value out of the Ichor Feasts or Ichor Feast as soon as possible before it becomes a lose 6 life from the stretcher, if not worse.
Yep. It's not fun. You have to play all your draw spells ahead of time. Because
especially the ones that lose you more life.
Yeah, exactly. White Cadeo coming down. Gonna kind of negate Stretcher if it does come out a little bit. Not a whole lot, but value for value. Ice Spike is gonna bring White Cadeo down enough to trade with the Calliope Muse. Skilled Hacktivist.
Now that is not a card we see a lot of, but if left unchecked, it does draw quite a large number of cards.
White Cadeo is going to say, no, you will not hack me over there.
We actually do see a large amount of life gain on the side of Tritros. And there we go, 1 card drawn by the Skilled Hacktivist.
Yep, Valkyrie Enforcer is going to bounce the White Cadeo back, allowing Skilled Hacktivist to be able to draw a card. I mean, it's fine for right now, but if that White Cadeo gets played again in a similar spot, like it is right now, I think that's going to cause some problems.
We'll see. That Dragon's Teeth is quickly filling up the hand, especially with those bounce effects. As we see here, they're going to have to start discarding and wasting some cards.
Yeah. And like we were talking about earlier. Oh no. There it is.
Oh, no.
Seems
And a
really
second
good.
successful hack.
Yep. I think there needs to be a sound effect for skilled hacktivists. It's just somebody like just slamming on their keyboard whenever it draws a card.
I think it does have a generic sound effect, but seeing a specific one like that would be rather entertaining. Now, if that's not checked immediately, that's going to cause some problems.
Oh,
in the
yeah.
long game.
Yeah, for sure. And it does. It does get checked. There's no... Alpha Strike's real good.
Especially when paired with Frenzy and Life Tap.
Yeah. Calliope Muse coming back down. Divination 3 again. Trying to dig for Stretcher, maybe?
I don't think Stretch is even necessary at this point.
No,
it's just a matter of
you just want to
ending the
beat him
game.
down, yeah.
Interesting to note, there is no Misanthropias.
I was
this
literally
list.
just thinking that. I was like, does
There's
Tritros
not going to
play?
be
Yeah.
any quick comeback cards here.
Yeah, but look at the card advantage.
Both players have so many cards.
Yeah.
That's just what Dragon's Teeth does. It gives everyone so many options to play with.
Yep. But Magnus coming down. Gonna bring the White Cadeos down to 3 apiece. Could bring some problems with it.
Does gain 2 life from those 2 Cadeos, though.
Yep.
Which I'm sure they're happy to see.
Forked Lightning coming down.
It's not a card we often see,
No.
but put to very good use here.
Yeah, no.
And Skilled Hacktivist is going to hack one more time. A lot of value is getting out of this Skilled Hacktivist right now.
Yeah. I mean, any card that allows you to draw 1 card, it's pretty good value. But I think we are on 3 swings now. Maybe
We
4.
are indeed.
That's
3.
That's great. That's such good value. Arm saying in the chat, this is the most I've ever used it.
We see Duskwing Angel coming down.
Yeah, that's a good card. Long Winter also coming down. A turn too late because of Duskwing, but with this many cards in hand, I wouldn't be shocked. Ignition coming down. Dragon's Teeth. Burn. Trying to draw out an answer. I think the answers put you at 1. Have a total.
Just put them at 1.
Yeah, have a total of 7 damage next turn. Arm saying it was a misclick. Wheel coming down.
Shutting off that Long Winter.
Mm-hmm.
Duskwing Angel is going to be able to put them up to 5. See what else they have.
Yeah. And I do believe that this is both players' first time being in a feature match. So that's cool to see.
I don't believe we featured either of them already this week.
Yeah.
Such a fun card. Holocron there.
Ah, the Cataclysm for the clean finish from our... damn Cataclysm. There's no fun here when Cataclysm does what it does.
It is a very strong card, and it was our most played rare this week, so it's no surprise we keep seeing it in as many matches as we have seen it today.
For sure.
And as soon as our feature match gets into the next game, we'll go in there straight away.
Mm-hmm. Hit the quick follow as well. Sorry for the typing, but
Tony over here doing some skilled hacking of himself.
yeah. One day we'll figure out a way to make it so you guys can't hear all the back-end stuff I'm doing, like typing and updating stuff, but we'll leave that for now. Firesong Prodigy going to come down, generate an Ignition. Crimson
Just
Pact
such a
getting burned.
versatile card.
Yeah. I think it should maybe have a 1/1 body, but it being a 2/2.
It does cost double red, so to get it down on turn 2, you do have to burn 2 red cards specifically.
Yeah, I think that might
supplements it nicely.
Yeah, Stretcher out early.
That feels terrible anytime you're on the receiving end of a turn 3 Stretcher.
Yeah, no, for sure. Wheel coming down, being played directly in the middle. Gonna try to just shut off anything that could possibly be played. Teeth coming down as well. Oh.
Gonna play a second Teeth?
Jeez. Talk about perfect curve.
But no, I think what we're seeing here with the Hecate's Wheel is setting up for a Strigoi Reaver into maybe a Duskwing Angel to try and get some of that life gain back.
Yeah. And we did see Kiss get burned back into the deck, so...
There's actually 2 copies of Lamia's Kiss in that deck.
Ooh.
Potentially put to good value when given the chance.
Yeah.
See, if we were to see a Lamia's Kiss right now, take out the Firesong Prodigy, gain 2, become a 3/3, take out the Calliope Muse, gain 3, become a 4/4, and that's when it starts becoming problematic.
Yeah, that's a big turn.
We'll see if they happen to have another copy of Lamia's Kiss to make it happen. With the Dragon's Teeth, who knows, they may.
Yeah.
They could, of course, just do it with the Infuse anyway and make it a 3/3 and swing both. But we'll see. So many different ways to just buff it. But in this case, thanks to the Winter, there's not even a need to buff it. That extra damage coming from Winter itself. And we're finally seeing the real downside of Turn of the Seasons coming into play.
Mm-hmm.
2 must-answer threats now on the board for the Stretcher deck to stay in the game. Let me tell you, it is terrifying when you see that much life gain come down.
Yep. It's not fun.
We don't see an answer to either of them right now, but that Magnus is currently just a little bit bigger than the Reaver, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Dashing Ringmaster.
What else are we going to see played? Oof. That will be pretty good here. Trade that in, and the Strigoi Reaver immediately finishes it off. And we've seen 10 points of life gain over the last couple turns, just like that. That suddenly becomes much harder to deal with, even with Stretcher dealing as much damage as it is. We are seeing results starting to come in. We have EndoZoa's match is currently 1-1, so that's going quite well. Oh, Enforcer doing its best to keep that threatening damage off the field.
This is not looking great.
That Strigoi Reaver as a 5/5 is utterly terrifying, and I don't just mean the art.
Rune of Denial.
Right there.
Yeah. That's going to really help. Burning the Hacktivist. Extract life. And unfortunately, there's still enough room where Arm could swing the game back.
Yeah, Armitroner is definitely still well and truly in this game. Though the Cadejos may have something to say about that.
Mm-hmm.
The black and white doggos, as known by the 2v2 community.
Yeah, they're going to cause some problems, for sure.
And we have a very happy Armitroner in the chat that we finally got his name correct.
Armitroner. Got it. You did it.
And Long Winter is coming down now, so if we can just deal with those two Cadejos, we may find ourselves in a match again.
Ooh.
So for those of you who don't know the Cadejos, I'm sure most of you do by now, one of them deals damage to the opponent, one damage every time a unit dies. And one of them gains 1 health for yourself every time a unit is created. But if you have both on the field, then both effects apply for creation and destruction. So right now, every time a unit is created or destroyed, we're going to be seeing 2 life lost and 1 life gained, and that is terrifying. Although I think we're setting up for a Cataclysm right here.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Burning the Enforcer. It's going to bring out the Cataclysm.
I think he loses if he plays Cataclysm.
Yep.
Because the Cadejos will still inflict that damage.
Armitroner in the chat. Whoops. Love it. Well, we get a spicy game 3.
That's right. That
Strigoi
Reaver certainly managed to turn that game around.
Yeah. And that happens a lot. I've done it myself. They had I think I was playing against somebody playing tokens, and it might have been you, Toon. I might have been playing against you, and you had both of the Cadejos out, and your entire field was full, and I was like, haha, got him. I could play Cataclysm, and I do it. But the way you set up your Cadejos is the black Cadeo saw everything die. So then I lost like 12 life throughout the entire ordeal, and it was just awful.
Yes, I remember that game. It was quite funny. It looks like the game 3 has started. Let's get right into it, folks.
Mm-hmm. Howling Abyssal is going to get burned back.
And we already see a Helm of Conscription out and ready to go.
Yeah.
That could get a lot of value. And turn 3 Stretcher for the 2nd game in a row.
Feels really good. Wheels coming down. That is ominous.
Just repeat last game.
Yeah.
That's right. That game with the Cadejos and the Cataclysm comes up more often than you'd think.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
For those of you in the chat that have no idea what we're talking about, in Mythgard, when you have an effect that affects the entire board, it resolves from the left to the right. So what happens is when Cataclysm starts killing all the minions, the Black Cadejo sees all the minions to the left of it die first, and then will still inflict the damage for that.
Which is, in some games it works where they all die at the same time, but it's very unique in Mythgard where it sees left to right.
Something to keep in mind for when you're setting up your board states.
Yep, for sure. Now, how long do you think it is before we get to banish the entire board effect?
We have one very close to it already in Giga Machina, and I don't think we're likely to get anything better than that.
I don't know. Purple could bring a lot of different things. Get some sort of like black hole effect, I guess.
But coming from the man that wants Stretcher to have life tap, I just don't think it's going to happen.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. I think it would just Tony on card design would be a unique experience. Be like putting a garbage pail kid in in charge of a card game.
What can you do?
Crimson Pack coming down.
That's actually a very big pact here, keeping that white Kadeho in play.
Yeah.
It's going to make sure that Stretcher life damage is mitigated somewhat. Of course, Valkyrie Enforcer very swiftly putting an end to that. It's fun to note how different this game is from the game where we had Dragon's Teeth in play, where both players were just full of cards all the time, and now they are in a much smaller position here.
It's like they're playing a real board state.
And we see black and white Kadehos both here again together, meaning that those 1 damage swings are going to be ticking up over and over again. Although they are quickly taken care of, and we see 2 souls being fed to Journey of the Souls here. So it won't be long before we see 1 brave soul returning back from the Great Beyond.
And Feast getting played. Going to draw 3 cards. Very, very good. Poxbringer. Could be...
And not only did they lose 3 life from Eco Feast there, but they also lost a further 3 life for each card from the Stretcher. So 6 in total gone on that. Talk about cataclysming oneself.
Skilled Hacktivist. Trying to seek value again. But I feel like that Duskwing Angel is going to have a lot to say about it.
And we do see Dragon's Teeth finally coming into play to start putting some pressure.
I think we are seeing a risk-it-all play here.
I think at that point, that's what you have to do. There's just so much life gain in that yellow-red deck. So much so that they've even opted not to play Wonder Drugs, which I find interesting considering how much I love that card. And speaking of life gain, there's double air healing to keep them in the game. Well, they are currently staring down, I think, 7 damage with the buffs.
Yep. 6.
Did not opt to use Infused.
Rune.
Good rune there, shutting off that life gain and opening up the White Kadeho to some easier removal by removing all those buffs given to it over the course of the last.
But even a Cataclysm just Doesn't do it.
Not currently, no. They're in a rough spot, certainly. We see ignition here. Or bolt from the blue? No. That is truly terrifying. Any removal on either the Magnus or the Valkyrie Enforcer spells doom here because of the Agile on that Duskwing Angel. So not quite game over yet, and more healing coming out.
We could see it. We could still see a Cataclysm right now.
We could see a Cataclysm right here.
Does not appear that they have one. Calliope Muse.
Now, Calliope Muse there is interesting because Holocron is capable of gaining Overrun, so that doesn't actually block as much damage as you think. In fact, with all the various buffs available, it might not... Is it even lethal? With Infuse, it is in fact lethal. Well played.
I believe that might actually round out our top 8.
I'll have to refresh the bracket myself, but was a fairly fast round, in fact. No, we still got a few games still going.
Okay, who's
We have Burn and Numeros still playing, although not against each other.
let's see.
Both games that are remaining are 1-1, so we're very close to the end of the round.
Yeah. Let's see who's a win in.
Oh, I'd have to double check the standing. Let's have a look.
Burn and Mo. Let's go to Numeros. That's a win.
Yes, unfortunately, I don't think the winner of Burn's game makes it in either way. So,
and
it'll
this
have to be
looks
Numeros
like,
this time around.
yeah.
And we've been seeing this a lot from Numeros tonight, actually. The way they will play to the side of the field the opponent is not playing to in an effort to force their damage in. With cards such as Wings of Abaddon, Numeros certainly just has a lot of damage that can come out of nowhere, so playing it like this is most certainly an effective way to play the strategy.
And EndoZoa has swept 5-0 in the Swiss. Oh man, I'm feeling it this week.
I'm glad to see the same deck I would have piloted perform so well. Gallows Boys, of course, causing all the problems they normally do to red and blue decks here today. Despite having played in all tournaments except for this one, and Endo having played in all tournaments so far, we have never played each other in a tournament match. We were having a discussion about that the other night.
Yeah, I think you guys came close to playing each other in the semis. Or something like that, or maybe even the finals.
Last week, I would have played Endo in the finals had they made it through top 8. Let's see here. One Gallows Boy is down, yet the other side of the field is still pushing strong. Although it is currently occupying that Xerxian hideout, preventing Shaxos from making more insurgents at that point. Yeah, since we do have Endo's Swiss results in at 5-0 again. This is the second week they have gone 5-0 in Swiss. They are putting out very consistent performances. And last week they were also playing a variation of their same Tema toolbox list. So speaks a lot for both the pilot and the deck list at that point, I think. It's a very strong list and very, very effective.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting. I mean, we talk about 5-0 in Swiss, but anything can happen in a top 8. And I say that every week because it's true. I mean, in a top 8, it's single limb. All the money is on the table at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And last week we did actually see EndoZoa lose out to Jock, who we featured in round 1 at that matchup. And since then, the deck list that Endo brought this week does have a few more tech options against that Reanimator style list. So most likely something we won't see again this week. So no, it's very nice to see some similar faces becoming recurring.
Yeah, for sure.
Top players here.
Yeah,
makes you wonder if the rest of the field doesn't see Endo's name and think, "Ooh, oh dear."
I don't know. It seems like we got a pretty friendly community, so it seems like a lot of people are rooting for Endo, Wi-Fi Hunter, to bring home some glory.
And Shaxos this week is actually playing a deck very near and dear to my heart. Yellow-orange tokens deck with a green splash is something I've been playing on ladder recently as well, and I am very fond of it. We're seeing him here gain a lot of life with the Kadehos and simply continue to put out more and more minions. It can be hard for decks like NUMAROS, which rely on minion damage to the face to win the game, to actually push through this many units. And NUMAROS now very, very carefully considering their next plays. Oh, and what a big turn that is. We do start to see a Perry come down. Was one of the most commonly played rares in previous weeks and has fallen out of favor. Still an absolutely fantastic unit. Effectively drawing too.
Raid the Tomb's getting burned. Wings coming down. Putting his opponent down to 4.
NUMAROS just opting to put in that raw damage instead of still dealing the 2 damage that he could have put over the Perry here. Lets me know that they feel like they're in a very comfortable position to just end the game here.
Exactly.
Although Poxbringer being an absolutely perfect answer in this case. We'll see if NUMAROS doesn't have a Cataclysm or an Ignition to just end the game. Doesn't appear like it. Shaxos might actually have a chance to turn it around here. I'd love to see maybe a White Kadeho come down or a Wonder Drugs. But it doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be all she wrote
Shaxos
there.
knowing they don't have the life gain. And instead just simply choosing to play it out because why not?
And I believe that is it for round 5.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, that should have been the last game going.
That does round out our top 8. So, our top 8 is going to be EndoZoa, NUMAROS, Chumsie, Shaxos, Hzoj, Pulp, Logic, and then sneaking into top 8, anxiously awaiting their final results, the Jeff has made it into top 8 as well. So we are going to go ahead and get this bracket set up, and we're going to get top 8 going. But before we do that, we do have a couple more stats to go over. So let me get those pulled up. We are going to be talking about the most played paths. And we're going to save the mythics for top 8. So, the most popular paths this week: Turn of Seasons, 10. Journey of Souls, 6. And then Disc, 2. What do you think, Toon?
Now, I don't think anyone is quite surprised to see Turn of Seasons taking the top slot yet again. It is simply an invaluable, consistent tool where you're constantly gaining life and constantly drawing extra cards at a consistent pace, which you can keep track of. Journey of Souls, however, is seeing plenty of play as well, and actually it's one of my favorite paths to play there, because again, when you know that AoE effects resolve from left to right, playing your important units to the left so they go to the bottom of your boneyard to bring back with Journey of Souls is something to consider. And if you're playing enough units, Journey of Souls can actually add one back to your hand more often than Turn of Seasons can draw you a card. So it potentially does give you just a little bit more draw or gas over the course of a game than Turn of Seasons does. So it's not surprising to see some more minion-focused decks pick it up. Disc of Circadia is actually, as far as I'm aware, currently exclusively used for the Reanimator strategy because it is easy access to your discard. Simply using your power to cause a discard is easy to get something like an Indrik Beast or a Hyperborean, as we saw plenty of times today, into the Boneyard straight away, and then for the rest of the game, simply using it as you need to give yourself a little bit of extra damage on the board with Slayer, and then using that Divination 2 and draw a card. The 6+ starting life total is nothing to scoff at either. It is quite large. And we did have the other 2 paths see play today as well, so it wasn't as though none of them got no play. They just weren't very popular.
We are going to go ahead and get the top 8 all squared away, so we will be right back. I'm going to throw up the featured card spotlight. And yeah, we'll be back about 4 or 5 minutes with top 8. We're really excited. So we'll be right back. All right, and we are back with your top 8. We are going to be looking at Hzoj and Shax. I think that's how we've been pronouncing it. Correct, Tune?
It's how I've been pronouncing it. I have no idea if it's correct or not.
Let's go ahead and get them all set up. These decks look great. I'm really excited.
This looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah. It's going to be something. That's for sure. This top 8, you know, we have the bracket set up and it's going to be kind of weird.
We do get to see one of my favorite cards in the entire game at play here in Scion of Pride. That card does not see nearly enough play for what it does, and I hope that Shaxos here can bring it to a little bit of light.
All right. Now it's interesting seeing in the Mythgard Weekly Open Discord how much just everybody is saying good game because their opponent's going to win. Do you think that's the right mindset to have going into top 8?
Probably not, but these guys are all here for a good time. I don't know how many of them, aside from probably EndoZoa, who take it as seriously as they do as another competitive card game. Right now, Mythgard's still very young, and we're all just having a great time.
Shadow Trapeze is out.
That card is so scary.
Yeah, that card's really
Knowing
good.
you just can't block anything they put down properly and having it be bigger.
Yeah, card's really, really good.
It's terrifying. It really is.
Gallows Boy. Oh, no.
Yeah, and like Gallows Boy comes down to blocker, but Hzoj is still going to be able to put in that 3 damage because it just swings straight past it.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Ick-Icor Feast coming down.
Poxbringer is a very effective answer here. Well, this is a shame that the 2 damage from the Gallows Boy was locked out still. But ultimately, I think we're going to be watching Shaxos trying his best to survive the onslaught from the mono red that Hzoj is playing, and eventually, if they can live through the potential 7-ring combo that comes at 10 mana, I think they will do just fine. Stray Panacea is not a card you usually expect to see in this kind of aggro deck. However, over the course of a time, it does provide you with a lot more life than you'd expect.
Parry at the gates coming down. God, that card's good.
Spoke a little bit about it last game. Just absolutely phenomenal card. At one point, I think it was contested among the community to be one of the single best cards in the game, and I still think it is right up there.
feel bad for this goat. Or lamb, maybe?
Meh.
Meh.
See how it goes. It's a very early dashing ringmaster.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to get some early damage in, I guess.
Unlike a lot of the decks we see playing dashing ringmaster, such as EndoZoa and myself, Hzoj does play 2 copies, so they can afford to be a little bit aggressive with their first copy.
Mm-hmm. Knowing that the second one could come around still definitely changes the plays.
Absolutely. I'm gonna read the tubes coming out, and we're gonna see the big puppy himself.
Oh no.
Now, this card being on a trapeze is terrifying. For those of you who don't know what this card does, is it attacks all 3 lanes at once.
Mm-hmm. But
So if it... we're gonna see that Siona Pride I spoke about.
yeah.
Kerberos would have actually been inflicting 12 damage to Shaxos because it attacks all 3 lanes at once, dealing 4 to each. But instead, it turned from a dog into more of a cat, and
Lion.
is no longer that threatening.
5/4 is still pretty threatening.
Oh, absolutely, but the Siona Pride
Magnetar.
will be able to take it out.
Yeah, Magnetar coming down.
Well, 5 is still better than 12, so I think
Yeah.
I think that Sion did its job. Now, we can see that Hawkspringer in Shaxos' hand brought back from Journey of Souls, so we know they have an answer to at least one of the units in play.
Yeah. White
It's a matter of what they can do about the rest.
Ugh.
If I'm Hzoj right now, that White Cadeo is the last thing I want to see. I've started to run out of cards in my hand, and that life gain is just not what I wanted right now. Perhaps thinking about Ignition and trading in the Magnetar or using Might.
Yeah.
Very interesting to me that they chose to reveal the last card in their hand being a second Ignition instead of using the one they gained off Firesong Prodigy.
Yeah, for sure.
Shaxos now doing their absolute best to ride out this last wave of attack from Hzoj.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it when you read them at first, but the amount of life gain that the Cadeos bring to the table is phenomenal.
Yeah, it's really, really big.
And the lion, of course, finally succumbs to the blight.
Another Poxbringer.
Poxbringer in these Journey of Souls Kadeho decks is absolutely amazing. It just synergizes with just about every other card in the deck. And it's great to see more people picking up on it. Speaking of synergy, that is one cutthroat insurance broker there. Have you seen the interest she charges? Yeah. Being able to turn that Death of the Proxbringer into one more card through its insurance there is quite nice. That 8.3% chance of surviving the year. And now we see the interesting part of Hzoj's deck with Stretcher coming out. So Shaxos is now on quite the time schedule with so little life remaining and a Stretcher in play.
Yeah, it's looking rough.
That Alama ring is going to put some damage out.
Yep, for sure. But there's still a bunch of different ways. I mean, we could have a comeback here if Hzoj isn't really able to do anything. You know?
Well, absolutely. We see that Ignition in hand plus the Smite. That's 4 damage right there. The Stretcher's going to deal another 1. All Hzoj needs to do is find a handful of damage, and he draws an Ignition.
Yeah, that's
terrifying. Yeah. Shaxos has exactly 1 turn to do his thing. That'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
So Shaxos actually plays only a single copy of Wonder Drug.
And that was it.
And that was it.
That's when you need it. I mean...
That is absolutely when you needed it the most.
But... does Hzoj have the big plays?
I
don't... oh, no.
This could be very close.
I don't think that's gonna work.
No.
Mm-mm. Enough! I quit. Hzoj takes the L there.
He was 1 mana off
Mm-hmm.
having the game there. What a close match.
Shaxos is going to lead 1-0. See if we got any other updates.
Let's have a look at the bracket, shall we?
EndoZoa is currently 1-0. NUMAROS Logic 1-1. Chumsie, Pulp, might not have finished game 1 yet.
And Hzoj is currently commenting in our Mythgard Weekly Discord chat. 1 mana off. Sadness. Let's get straight on into game 2, and we'll see how well these guys can do it.
Wings is going to get burned right away.
We did also see Shaxos burn Avenging Alpha right away, and I don't know if burning green turn 1 is usually what you want to do in this deck, because it means you don't get to play your eager recruits straight away, which could be a big deal in making sure that Hzoj's field doesn't get out of control. Very similar opening to last game, with Shadow Trapeze coming down, followed by our Gallows Boy.
Yeah, and Gallows Boy is putting in a lot of work this week.
Absolutely. As time goes on, I would not be surprised to see him slide into one of our most played common slots.
Maze, the Atiku coming down. I haven't seen that recently. We've barely seen that. We've barely seen it this week.
Is Shaxos the only person playing that this week?
Might be. I think they are. Shadow Trapeze coming down on the side over there.
There's only a couple. There was 3 people playing it, a total of 10 copies between all 3. So it really dropped off from the nearly 20 copies we saw last week.
Mm-hmm.
Hzoj spreading out his field, ready to put in as much damage as possible.
EndoZoa confirming that they have defeated Jeff 2-0 and moving on to semis.
EndoZoa continuing their undefeated streak. I believe this is the first week we've had Jeff making it a top 8, so congratulations to them. Well done. We see a very early stretcher on Hzoj's side of the field and 2 unspent mana on Shaxos' side, which is a bit of a shame. It is the downside to using a power other than Smite, where you cannot always have that able to use for that 2 extra mana.
Insurance broker coming down.
Now let's see if they use the Infuse here, because that is always a fun way to draw a couple extra cards. Oh, they do not. They opt to instead develop the Gallows Boy, which is likely the better play. But infusing up that Maze of Iatiku to use the effect once more, causing it to die, then getting the draw from Insurance Broker was an option there. And it seems we're seeing nothing of this aggressive deck we saw last game, and instead we're seeing Hzoj switch to a stretcher control list.
Which Gallows Boy makes it so hard for red, blue, red to kind of deal with it. You have to have Pact. That's it.
Absolutely. And one of Pact's greatest advantages is being able to use a 2 mana answer on these 4 or 5 drops. When you're forcing them out on your own 2 drops, you mitigate some of Pact's biggest advantage in tempo swings. Now, I'm a little bit interested in that Shaxos chose to play a Llama Ring before activating the Maze of Iatiku's effect. So in doing that, he did keep the Maze of Iatiku alive for a couple more turns, but he did not get the draw of Insurance Broker yet. So we'll see if that ends up panning out for them. Apparently not. having seen one extract life just go answering that insurance broker, it is a bit terrifying to be Hzoj right now, staring down that 7/7. You don't want to Crimson Pack something that big, although you might be forced to. So you're getting all those extra draws from Turn of Seasons, and yes, we see another Crimson Pact used up.
And that's what you have to do at the end of the day.
Yeah, but it still means that Avenging Alpha did its job, and it did get that damage in.
Mm-hmm.
Now Hazard's turning around and saying, I just answered your threat, you have to answer mine now. And I've been talking about it all game, and we finally see the Maze of Iatiku dying and then letting Insurance Broker draw a card.
Hzoj is in a bad place right now.
I know I said he had to answer that threat, but Temptation is one of the single best answers he could have done. Dealing damage, gaining life, and preventing the Duskwing Angel from swinging back.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fantastic use of an otherwise underused rare, I feel, in the case of Temptation. Hzoj in a very rough spot now, only having 4 life left and facing down a full board. I think if he's going to have an answer, it's not Duskwing Angel, but it may have been 7 Ring Ritual. Double Duskwing Angel might do it as well. That's pretty good.
It's very, very good. It's going to really depend on what Shax has.
If we see a second Temptation, oh. How much damage does he have? So if Gallows Boy trades into the... Gallows Boy trades into the Duskwing Angel. He gains 3 life, takes 3 damage. He's still on 4. So it could be something. See how we go here. This is by far the pivotal turn of the game, I think. Mm-hmm. And they do begin by trading in that Gallows Boy.
Oh, that's going to be really good.
And it is quite good, but what it isn't is an answer to that second Duskwing Angel. This Poxbringer is going to help, but only so much. So Hzoj not out of the game yet, having gained quite a bit of life there.
And NUMAROS has defeated Logic 2-1.
So both EndoZoa and NUMAROS moving on, both veterans of the Mythgard Weekly Open at this stage. Certainly putting their reputation into play. Hzoj now back up to 10 life, but again, with an empty field attempting to deal with Shaxos' seemingly endless onslaught at this stage. Now I have to wonder at this stage, with Hzoj having burned all the way up to 9 mana, are we going to see that 10 mana combo of Ringmaster and 7 Ring Ritual towards the end of this game here?
It could be possible. I think that's an easy out, but we'll have to see.
If he does it, he's going to have to deal with that White Cadejo beforehand, or else give Shaxos a bunch of life back anyway.
Yep.
Herald of Pestilence.
Card's good.
The Heralds don't see nearly enough play at this point in time, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
They are all very interesting and very powerful cards.
Ooh, Extract Life.
Definitely a good way to stay in the game for another couple turns on the part of Hzoj here. Interesting choice there, I think, to burn at that point, when you could have simply kept the card in hand and maybe burnt the card you draw next turn and kept something as powerful as the Wings of Abaddon and still go on to 10 mana. Judging from what I see here, a 7-ring Ritual Ringmaster combination could be devastating. Although it looks like Shaxos is doing all they can in their power to shore up their defenses against a potential combo.
Mm-hmm.
Hzoj going all the way up to 5 cards now, thanks to Dragon's Teeth and his Path. So I believe this turn it is going to be now or never if something's going to happen.
Yeah. Seven Ring Ritual is going to come down.
But with no Ringmaster, there's not a great deal he can make happen with it.
Mm-mm.
That Black Cadejo is going to cause a lot of damage in that regard when Shaxos then ultimately clears.
And that's going to be it. A second
Black Cadejo is just simply too much. 2 damage for every Hellion dead, and that'll do it.
Yep.
Doesn't even have to kill them all.
And that is going to round out that match.
And that was a good match as well. Really seeing the power of what Shaxos brought to the table, as well as the benefits of being in a monocolor deck.
Mm-hmm.
Hzoj was always able to cast their cards, even the double and triple gem ones, at all points.
And this is the last game of this set. They are tied 1-1.
Do you think Pulp is sick of detain and deport by now? I think every time we've come up to watch them, I've seen their big units keep getting detained.
Yes, I would also agree. So, top 4 is looking pretty spicy. We could have EndoZoa go all the way, or returning champion NUMAROS could come in and crush those dreams away, or Shax or one of these two competitors. Very,
Now, when
very
Numeros
interesting.
was in the finals, did we have them paired up against EndoZoa?
I think they did.
That would be amusing to see.
I can actually tell you right now. Let me go back.
Now, a match I'm really looking forward to is actually EndoZoa versus Shaxos, because I believe the token style deck, like Shaxos, has a very good matchup into EndoZoa's list. So that would be interesting.
Yeah. They met in the semis of the week that NUMAROS won.
Ah, okay. I do remember that being a feature match. Oh, perhaps they'll get a shot at revenge this week then in the finals this time.
Exactly.
Now, Numeros has actually been very well done in all of the tournaments so far. Not only did they win the 1 week they did, but I believe they've top 8'd the other weeks they have played as well.
Yep. But right now, it looks like Chumsie really needs to... Ooh, Ice Spike.
I really like Pulp's decision here to spread out his units across the field to try and prevent any OTK, so to speak.
Yeah.
By blocking all the lanes.
That's easily the right call.
This Baragi keeping everything watered up is not what you want to see against a deck packing ice spikes like Chumsie. Now this time Pulp has chosen to play the Hyperborean one lane over closer to the Bold Mountain because he knows that Bold Mountain is where Chumsie's going to make his play. So I like it a lot for blocking multiple attacks, not just the one, and then they can push past the Kara. And I think we're seeing that in action right now where...
Yep. Trying to at least make the plays.
Absolutely. You're forcing Chumsie to not only have enough answers to deal with one unit, but multiple.
Yeah.
Suspect we'll be seeing a detained and deported very shortly. Not this turn, perhaps. Oh dear.
We may have some issues.
I don't think there's a single other card in the game that can make me say, oh dear, as soon as it comes down.
Yeah.
Except for that one.
Cataclysm is going to remove recursion, so we should not have to restart the stream.
It's also going to allow Braggy to get another 3 damage in. So 9 damage turn from Pulp, putting Chumsie very close to just being out of the game. I think for Chumsie, it all comes down to this turn.
Definitely does.
We have seen their deck in action, though. We know they can quite easily close this out.
Oh, no.
He drew it back immediately. Although, thank you, Pulp, for protecting the stream. That Rune of Denial is most likely not what Chumsie wanted to see at this point in the time.
No, I don't think it was. Chumsie's just trying to draw now to get anything.
It's exactly what he needs to do, though. And thanks to that Rune of Denial on the Recursionist, she's not even getting the buffs from the Spellflux Cauldron. So Pulp doesn't even have to worry about that at this point. I'm really interested in that choice to move Recursionist over one. Most likely to avoid the Necromantic moving over and blocking her next turn.
Yeah, I'd have to assume so.
Otherwise, I don't think at this point the 2 damage is going to make the difference. Chumsie, however, does look dangerously close to decking out. This could come down to fatigue. I think this is where we're going to see Chumsie make their play. Here it begins. Exciting stuff here. If they can just deal with that Necromantic, they may have the game. $20 damage so far, only a little bit more off.
That was a massive turn from Chumsie.
Not quite there yet. So Pulp still in it. Was this a matchup we had earlier on? I believe we watched a game between Chumsie and Pulp.
It was.
Unfortunately, without the long winter, Pulp's deck isn't fantastic against this sort of combo finisher deck. So it is a bit of a bad matchup on their part.
Magnus. Oh no.
That's big.
Oh no, emote actually going out too.
I look forward to the day we get to customize our own emotes, but I think I'd still keep oh no. It's just... it's such a nice emote.
Mamma mia.
Oh, and the Cataclysm. Oh no.
Oh no. Chumsie.
It looked like Pulp was about to stabilize and stay in it, and then Chumsie just had to say, nope.
Oh man. What a fantastic set. Now we have the top 4. Endo versus Shax. Numaros versus Chumsie. We are going to go ahead and get your top 4 all squared away and set up. We will be coming back and watching some fantastic gameplay. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. All right, everyone. We are back with our top 4 of week 4 of the Mythgard Weekly Open. We are going to be watching Endo and Shax. Endo on his quest for gold right now. We'll see what he can do. How do you feel, Toon?
I am really excited for this match.
Yeah.
This should be a fantastic matchup. When I was playing the Tema Toolbox lists, Tokens is actually one of the decks I am more scared of because it can be very difficult to push through any amount of realistic damage without a Cataclysm or a Magnus, because Gallows Boy gets checked completely by half of Ego Recruit.
We're going to go ahead and get them started in this. Oof, I'm excited. Wonder if Endo can do it. It's all going to be happening right now.
Starting off with some very simple plays.
Yeah.
That bolt from the blue, ensuring that if Shaxos chooses to use the maze this turn, it does die instead of sticking around with 1 HP for later. And speaking of Gallows Boys,
oh boy.
now normally in a situation like this, Infuse is very good at making sure your own creature survives, but Gallows Boy actually has Slayer, so it deals 3 damage, so even Infuse here won't stop Shaxos' Gallows Boy from dying out. That is a fantastic choice by Shaxos. Gallows Boy is going to be one of the most important cards in this entire matchup because it is very hard for EndoZoa to answer it.
The Muse here is going to be a really good blocker, but
absolutely, you are forced as well to send the 3-cost Muse into the 2-cost Gallows Boy here, losing out a bit on that mana, tempo, and efficiency, but it's necessary. You cannot, as EndoZoa, you cannot waste your Crimson Packs on Gallows Boy in this matchup, knowing your opponent plays Cadejos, knowing they play Passer Regulars, knowing they just play so many other targets that you just need packed for. And even then, still making sure they got value out of their Gallows Boy with Insurance Broker. A little bit of life insurance goes a long way sometimes. And in return, EndoZoa has played Kara, which is a must-answer threat against any token strategy, because you cannot try to swarm the board and just have that Kara suddenly become a
Yeah.
10-10.
Yeah, that would not be good. Spirit Lion.
One of my favorite parts of that Sion there is that it doesn't take any damage from spirits. And the lion it makes is a spirit, so it can simply trade into it and not take any damage afterwards.
But Extract Life is going to negate that. Going to allow for Spirit Lion to swing in uncontested.
And it is, once again, like we had in the matchup previously, it's still better than the unit that was there originally for Shaxos. And once again, proving why Extract Life is one of our most commonly played rares this week. EndoZoa's list actually playing both Cataclysm and Extract Life, the two most popular rares, but not playing Allfather's Horn. And Shaxos, of course, playing none of the above. This Spirit Lion still putting in a lot of work now that Magnus has come down there and cleaned up the rest of Shaxos' board. And Shax just unable to hold on to the early game. Now potentially in a bit of trouble as EndoZoa goes into the mid and late game with control. However, Avenging Alpha is one way to try to take the board back, having seen an Extract Life already gone. Maybe forced to use a Crimson Pact on that. There you go, Poxbringer starting to reduce the threat that Lion poses. Another turn and it will succumb to the Blight.
Crimson Pact. Going to clean up the Alpha. Gallows Boy coming down.
And thanks to Journey of Souls earlier, we did see Shaxos get back that Sion of Pride, ready to give it another go, potentially taking out this Magnus further down here, as we're starting to see right now.
Sign of Pride.
The only question is, does he choose to use the Pride of Place here? And he does. He does. There we go. Rather efficient way to check the entire field that EndoZoa has managed to put out so far. We'll see if any of the 5 cards in Endo's hand can maintain his lead, so to speak. EndoZoa not putting out a huge deal of pressure this turn,
Yeah.
just sort of cleaning up and kind of putting the initiative into the hands of Shaxos to redevelop the board at this point, I think.
Valkyrie Enforcer is going to get bounced back.
Unlike a lot of matchups, Valkyrie Enforcer isn't fantastic against a lot of the targets in tokens because they are just so not costly or cheap, so to say.
Yeah.
And we are finally going to get to see Sion of Pride do his thing where he can actually freely attack over the lion.
Which is going to feel really good, to be honest.
Oh, it feels fantastic, honestly. He's going to even get to deal 1 damage to the face and a 2nd damage to the face with that Black Hideo. Thanks to the Fragile from Winter. Now, here's where if I'm Shaxos, I am very scared of Cataclysm. Because Cataclysm into a Cataclysm plus Smite would be lethal here, and that's terrifying. As soon as you start dropping down into that...
oh, no.
And this is something that Endo can do very safely, knowing that Shaxos only plays 1 copy of Seal of Exile and does not play blue, so he does not have much AoE to deal with these Hellions. This is something you would most likely not see EndoZoa do without knowing deck lists, because it's too likely that your orange opponent would have a Seal of Exile to just banish all of the Hellions.
Yeah, for sure.
A very strong play here, although that White Kadeho is going to make it so that EndoZoa does take damage and Shaxos will gain life as these Hellions die.
Temptation. Temptation seems really good.
That's a very strong play there. Clearing out extra Hellions, causing extra life total changes from the Kadehos is great.
And we're going to see an even swap 1919.
Yeah, down from 14 to 27, I think it was at the start of the turn. Like,
yeah, seems really good.
Just the power of the 2 Kadehos. Any of our viewers that play 2v2 pretty frequently know just how terrifying the Kadehos can be.
Yeah.
When there's large numbers of units in play.
Yeah, Calliope is going to get brought back.
This is where the term "stem the bleeding" really starts to apply, because you see as EndoZoa plays more of these units that effectively bleeding out, losing 1 life here, 1 life there, and so on, so on.
Another White Kadeo coming down. It's looking to kind of switch sides where things are getting interesting right now. There's going to be some big problems coming up for EndoZoa if Endo can't do anything.
Now, one thing to note here is that EndoZoa hasn't seen the Crimson Firebird yet, and that's a very big part of this sort of matchup here, where they don't have a lot of banishing or suppressing effects, and so you can keep reusing that Firebird as a minion over and over again.
Bald Mountain coming down.
Do you think Endo's going to add back the 7-ring ritual?
No way.
Now, extract life here, of course, to get rid of one of the Kadehos.
Yeah, that's the right call.
It is this turn. Shaxos doesn't play many fast answers to clear that Hellion off of Bold Mountain, so it is entirely possible we see a second 7-ring ritual this game. And that is something I'm excited about.
Yeah, that'd be big.
Bold Mountain is actually one of the cards EndoZoa has added this week that they were not playing last week when they played this same style of deck. And from what we've seen, it seems like it's paid off in a very big way.
Yep. And quick update, Numaros, Chumsie are both 1-1 right now.
Wow, so it's anyone's game at this point still.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've just noticed, is this game 3 for Endo and Shaxos? Because we still have it saying tied 1-1 at the top of the stream here.
No, it's not.
We'll get that fixed. I just noticed that.
Yeah, that snuck in from last time.
Kade's wheel coming down here to shut off that Xerxian hideout. Root out all of those insurgents from the great land of Parsa. Now that EndoZoa knows what's on top of their deck, are we going to see them add back? Yes, we are. And there it is.
There's no way to... Big problems.
Do you reckon there's a dashing ringmaster on top of EndoZoa's deck that he just saw with that Calliope Muse?
Might be. Might be a big, big issue.
Because that sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah. Might cause some problems.
Obviously, EndoZoa unable to get rid of that white Kadeho side there yet.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is interesting to me. Shaxos choosing to use that Infuse there to keep the Gallows Boy alive, instead of potentially just playing out a bunch more units with that 2 extra mana. Having known that Endo is holding a 7-ring ritual in their hand.
They might not be concerned about it.
Possibly not. With that Waikadeho, 7-ring ritual puts them up to a large amount of life. Down from 12 up, they go up to nearly 30 again.
It's gonna cause some problems. Down to 6? Hold on. I don't know if that's where... Is that where you want to be?
Well, EndoZoa knows there's a couple Poxbringers in Shaxos's, and we're going to see the 3rd one anyway.
Oh, no.
I think it was the correct play by EndoZoa, knowing that that was the only out that Shaxos potentially had, but Shaxos had it anyway.
Still had all these, never didn't have it. Oh, man.
What a fantastic game.
Yeah. Oh, man. Endo's run. Let's see.
Looks like they're starting the 2nd game right now. Chumsie and Numaros are still going. Let's see how this pans out. I'm excited, I tell you what.
I am too. Chumsie is done fighting, according to my notification, so we will have an update shortly.
But yes, as you can see, this is why when we were starting this matchup, I'd say that this is probably the one matchup as EndoZoa I did not want to have this tournament.
Chumsie has bested NUMAROS, moving on to the finals. Oh,
We're going to have an exciting finals.
oh yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun.
Bellflux OTK is such a fun, just a fun deck to watch.
Oh, man. There's some spice.
Oh, absolutely.
Bragi coming down. Turn 4. Optimal.
Bragi is going to be mostly used in this matchup for drawing and cycling cards, and then eventually EndoZoa is going to be wanting to grab a Bold Mountain and a Hekate's Will out of his deck. The Watered just won't come up in this matchup at all because we know what Shaxos is playing, and those 3 Poxbringers are definitely something he's playing.
Yep, and Bragi doesn't matter anymore, thanks to Poxbringer.
Who knows, we may see Endo simply play Wake the Bones and play Bragi right back down again. And here is that Faded Firebird we did not see last game that is going to be such a big part of this matchup, I think. And it's gone. Never mind.
Yep, there it goes. Goodbye, Faded Firebird.
Shaxos just having the answers right here.
Yeah, it's like watching just such a fluid tempo. Just knowing just everything's going right. Crimson Pack, kind of a setback, but...
Oh, it was an absolute necessity on Endo's part. He's got to keep this line around to actually do something now that Firebird and Bragi are both gone. Without a threat to try and push Shaxos on the back foot, Shaxos will just walk all over him. And EndoZoa here looking to outvalue Shaxos at this stage, with that Gallows Boy and a Llama Ring gonna trade straight into that Lion.
Yeah.
I stand corrected, never mind. Troika Sect being the incredibly versatile tool it is. EndoZoa opting to keep the Lion at full health by removing Gallows Boy's attack value instead of putting the Llama Ring back into Shaxos' deck here.
Poxbringer, gonna cause some problems.
Hey, it's okay, he had life insurance. And with that Poxbringer dying as well as the life insurance, it's going to put Journey of Souls back up to 3 souls. So if we can have a look at their Boneyard, we would know exactly what they're getting back next turn. It's going to be that Xerxian Recruiter. Terrifying to draw a card, add that back, and then Recruiter's going to draw him another card.
Yeah. Bragi coming back down. We're going to start to see those issues reoccur.
Well, it's only 3 souls away, and then Shaxos can add back another Poxbringer. But that Ringmaster is going to really pressure Shaxos into answering straight away. Because if EndoZoa has a 7-ring ritual in hand right now, that Ringmaster has to go. Not gonna lie though, I'd go see the circus if Bragi was playing at it.
I don't know. If Dashing Ringmaster's there, it's the Dark Carnival. I think I'm gonna hold off.
Telling me you don't want to see what happens when the 7-ring ritual goes off?
No.
Behind the scenes?
No, I'm good. That's nightmare fuel.
Shaxos certainly in a tough spot here, trying to draw an answer with Read the Tombs, it seems, and not finding an effective one here, now having to think very hard about what they do.
Seal of Exile. Oh,
the one
man.
copy Shaxos plays, and I think that was an absolute necessity.
Yep.
Although it puts them on a significant back foot now, only having one orange gem this late in the game.
Yep.
And now that EndoZoa knows that Seal of Exile is gone, they can safely 7-ring Ritual if they have it, knowing that Shaxos does not have an efficient answer at any point here.
Feast coming back.
That's very, very powerful.
It's really good right now.
EndoZoa having 7 cards here and getting to pick to keep 6. Shaxos is looking like EndoZoa has somehow turned it around despite them having so many answers early on. And that is ultimately just the power of this Tema Toolbox deck. With the Wake the Bones, the Bold Mountain, you can simply repeat and continue to play the same cards over and over again until you run your opponent out of answers. And it's most likely where we're seeing EndoZoa head this game. A very big Cataclysm coming down, clearing Shaxos' entire board and putting them down to 10. Does EndoZoa just add Cataclysm back now?
This is not a good spot to be.
They don't even need to add it back. Like, just Bragi existing on Bold Mountain right now is threatening Cataclysm for game right here. Like, I think the only answer Shaxos has right now is Temptation. And there's just not going to be enough, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either.
Hang on, Endo is just going ham and saying, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Shaxos once again having that one copy of Wonder Drug they play just in time to help try and keep them in the game. They are still staring down a very nasty situation with Bragi controlling the top of that Bold Mountain. We're going to watch the
a clean game by Endo.
Endo never needed to add back the Cataclysm because he had it anyway. And now we understand why he just went for pure damage.
Oh, man. Tied. 1-1.
And this decides whether or not Endo is going to get a shot at the finals again.
Mm-hmm. This is Fantastic. I'm nervous. I'm nervous for Endo. Obviously, fellow member of Team Rankstar. Seeing him compete each week, trying to go for it. But I'm also really excited because this is great for either player.
See, I'm torn. I have no affiliation with Team Rangstar whatsoever. But Endo was playing the exact same list I would have brought to this tournament. But Shaxos is playing like my favorite archetype that I brought to last week's tournament, Token. So I would be very happy to see either of them win.
Yeah. And I believe this is like Shaxos' first time getting this deep into the tournament. So, and I'm always a big fan of I guess what chat's calling an underdog. Welcome back, Noah.
Yeah, I think we had Poetic Discord earlier on saying they would cheer for Shaxos purely based on them being the underdog. But this is a good matchup for them.
But are they the underdog? Because everybody keeps comparing EndoZoa to like having a rocky storyline. Just getting so close, but not getting to hold the belt. I don't know.
But as far as decks go, I think Shaxos has the firm advantage in this one.
Yep.
It may be one of the only bad matchups I think Endo can even have.
Yeah. Toon's been doing fantastic.
It's been great to be here, and I'm really enjoying myself. Been seeing some incredible games.
Getting to share that spicy opinion. Great casting and amazing accent with the community. Happy you're going to be filling in for me on the 20th as well.
Looking forward to that as well. And just now, we saw the same play that Shaxos did in their first game, which they ended up winning, with Poxbringer taking out the opposing Gallows Boy so that Endo is going to be forced to use some form of real removal on that Gallows Boy instead of just trading his own into it.
And we're going to see Morning Wives come down, but I don't know.
Are we going to see another Xeon yet again? That card has put in so much work for Shaxos in the last few games.
Chat is
Shaxos having to think
you,
long and hard here.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. This is such a... I don't want to say high stakes, but it's such a high level of gameplay right now that you have to. I personally have no problem when I'm playing a tournament if I need to use the full timer.
Oh, I'm terrible about it. I constantly don't take as much time as I should.
You're trying to go for the fastest win possible in competitive gameplay.
I hate running out of time in the round. Like, just personal pet peeve. Hate it. Never gonna do it.
Man. Chat's asking, why don't you talk about koalas enough? And what time did you start getting up and getting ready for this event?
I have not spoken about koalas because there are no koala cards at this point. As I mentioned earlier, someone brought up crocodiles. There is a card called Gatorkin in this game that if someone was playing, I would be talking about non-stop. I believe Chumsie wants to bring it to next week's tournament, in fact, because I mentioned it. As far as what time I was awake at 2 a.m. my time. But it's, you may as well consider it 1 a.m. my time because Australia just reverted their daylight savings time. And so I lost an extra hour in that.
Oh, man.
And here comes the Braggy down for Endo once more.
Gallows Boy coming down as well. This is a problem. Problematic board. Scion of Pride. Trying to restore balance here.
Now that card gets even scarier with that Alarm Ring. It's already a 4-mana 4/4 with Overrun.
But now it's just so big.
Oh, and the Bold Mountain is ready to go. What is Endo bringing back?
Pack doesn't save your Bragi, though.
It does not, but you are left with a 4/4, and like we were discussing earlier, the warded from Bragi doesn't actually matter that much in this mirror. So I think having the 4/4 is actually better than having the 3/3 right now. So I think Endo has come out on top of that trade. But Bold Mountain is going to cause a lot of problems here if Shaxos cannot deal with it very quickly. What spells does Endo currently have at his disposal straight back out of his Boneyard?
Raid the Tombs. Very thin Boneyards right now for both players.
That's unusual for this matchup. EndoZoa plays a lot of cheap spells, and Shaxos plays a lot of cheap units. So we will see how this goes. And as someone has just pointed out in chat, that is the other amazing way to play Scion of Pride, in that you can line up one of your own 1/1 tokens and turn it into a much bigger threat.
Yep. Cataclysm coming down.
I think that was EndoZoa's best choice.
Yep. Oh, Poxbringer coming back.
Poxbringer is going to come back the next time Journey of Souls procs as well, because he did only have the 2 of them in there. Oh, it is a shame Gallows Boy has Slayer right here, because when you can make your Poxbringer take out 2 units for 1, it is such value here.
Just a better card. Entirely different classic card. If it can eliminate two minions for sure.
And now that Scion of Pride is gone, Endo feels safe putting down the Firebird this game. This is starting to look pretty bleak for Shaxos. He's staring down 7 damage that's going to be hard to block with that Agile. Of course, what I think is going to happen here is I think we're just going to watch Endo add back that Cataclysm, play it, smite, and then smite for lethal the next turn. But Shaxos was not able to block all 3 opposing lanes, so Firebird is just going to be enough.
Yep.
As it stands.
Which means Endo moves on to the finals.
What a fantastic match we just watched, though.
That was great.
And now we get to move on to a fantastic finals featuring Endo yet again. This is he's been a part of several finals, I believe.
Oh man, this is going to be great. All right, well, we aren't going to take a full break in between the finals, but we are going to bring up the Mythics while I get everybody set up and squared away. So we are going to be talking about the most played Mythics. Obviously, no surprise in any of these. Magnus, 9. Bragi, 6. 7 Ring Ritual, 4.
It is really interesting to see such a large split between Magnus and Bragi this time around. When previously we've seen them being played at essentially the same number of cards, because any deck that wants one usually wants the other. So whether or not that's just a coincidence with people not owning both mythics, or if people are deciding that Magnus is just not worth running in some decks, blasphemy. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see a little bit more data before we finish that up. But Magnus has been played in 50% of the decks today. A phenomenal card. When a 4 mana minion usually costs about 3.5 mana to 4 mana on average, having that extra 1 mana factor into deal 2 damage to all enemy units, that's a very efficient and powerful card, and it's no surprise to see it played as much as it is. And lastly, we have 4 copies of 7 Ring Ritual. The really interesting thing about seeing 7 Ring Ritual is that in every deck it has been played in, there is also Dashing Ringmasters, which means that at 10 mana you can play both cards down in the same turn for 20 points of rush damage onto an empty field. And we'll see that it's part of EndoZoa's deck. We saw it in Hzoj's deck and a few other decks. So it is not surprising to finally see that pop up into the limelight a little bit more as people catch on to how powerful that combo is at just closing out games and finishing board states off.
All right, and let's jump into the finals of this week's Mythgard Weekly Open. We do want to give a special shout out to all of our lovely viewers and all of our amazing players. Thank you for supporting us and being here with us. Without you guys, none of this would be happening. Let's go ahead and check out these finals. We get a great view from Chumsie's side of the field. I don't know what it is about his card back and trim, but I just think it looks great together.
You just love the St. Patrick's Day hat.
I think it's that mixed with the Rhino Killer card back. The colors just match and it looks fantastic.
I do love that they've used a bunch of symbols from effects on the game and so forth on both the hat and the card back here, so it does match in that regard.
Yeah, it just looks great.
Now this is going to be a really interesting game because EndoZoa has the capabilities to play very aggressively, as well as containing a fair amount of life gain. But Chumsie's not really seeking to try and race Endo. They're going to be looking to set up a turn 8, 9, 10 kill. Yep. Just pushing through everything Endo can do.
Yep. And with no sort of disruption, it's gonna be kind of hard. The Chumsie just takes off so fast that it's not like you can just go, oh wait, I can stop this right now. It's sometimes you just sit there and they just do what they do and then you're done. So we might see something like that, or we might see a really fast-paced game from Endo, but either way, these finals are going to be fantastic.
Well, Endo's already off to a rather rough start, not having seen either Gallows Boy or Calliope Muses to put on some early pressure. But in saying that, Chumsie also hasn't seen a Spellflux Cauldron yet, and they are the single most integral piece of that deck. So until they can actually find those, Endo doesn't have to wait. And I was about to comment that we were finding ourselves in another Battle of the Rock Gods, but yeah, we clearly worked out which one is superior at this point.
Yeah.
Endo most likely at this point looking to be able to use Bragi's ultimate skill, the neg 5 energy. He'll be snatching out Bold Mountain and a Hecate's Wheel, which is pretty phenomenal, really, to be able to grab that much value out of your deck.
Yeah. It's gonna set up some problems.
Yeah, we might even see something really nifty where if Endo does have the Bold Mountain already in hand, he can simply burn it, add it back, and then play it with the green mana he got.
That's gonna be a no-go.
Oh.
You just wanted the spice? I heard that sigh.
I am always about the spice when it comes to making plays. If your best play turns out to be something spicy, what more could you ask for? And we may be likely to see Endo add back that same air healing to use it again.
Just cycling the bolts.
Absolutely. Knowing that Bolt from the blue does very little in this matchup and having it cost 0 right now, EndoZoa just being able to cycle that is most likely the correct play here. He's trying very hard to see a lot of their deck because there is that one copy of Troika Sect in EndoZoa's list which can be used to put Spellflux Cauldrons back into Chumsie's deck. Instead, we just see both players throwing and slinging spells all over as fast as they can. And even though EndoZoa would not be able to use Bold Mountain this turn because Bragi is stunned, the cost reduction on all of the spells is still in effect, as we saw on that Ico Feast. That is fantastic. Chumsie choosing to nullify the potential damage on board instead of going and looking at EndoZoa's Boneyard and banishing some important spells to prevent the recursion from Bold Mountain.
Chumsie's just searching for their pieces right now, looks like.
Well, that is essentially all that Chumsie's deck can do until he finds the pieces. Again, one thing that is super awesome about this weekly final is that even though we did have NUMAROS in the top 8, we did have Burn in the tournament, neither of these two currently playing have been a winner before. We are going to be crowning a brand new weekly winner.
Exactly.
And we have yet to have that repeat winner come to the weekly open, which is just awesome to show that the tournament is wide open to anyone that wants to come in and give it a shot.
Exactly. And if you're interested in signing up for next week's tournament, might as well. You can go ahead and visit that link.
Absolutely. Sign-ups are already open in the chat. Payouts go all the way down to top 32, so no matter what, you're going to get a pack as long as you, well, essentially win one game.
Yeah. Wheel down. Looks like
that to me is setting up for a Kara or a Firebird. And EndoZoa actually having to discard for hand size there at the end of that turn is quite amusing to me. They've been drawing that many cards trying to find anything to put the pressure on Chumsie.
Yeah. Magnus is going to come down. Going to cause some problems there.
Braggy's just going to get to continue to get so much value here. Cycling cards, adding cards back from the Boneyard. It is honestly unfair being able to sit a Bragi on top of that mountain. Like, there's few things in this game that I would label as just outright unfair. Bragi on top of Bald Mountain's one of them.
Yeah. It's not ideal.
Well, it is if you're EndoZoa.
Yeah, well, it isn't if you're the one playing. But being on the other side, the side that we're sitting on right now, Chumsie's point of view, not ideal. But, like we keep saying, anything could happen.
So, Gallows Boy actually does kill off Magnus here, but so does Extract Life. Never mind. So, they cast Extract Life for 2, which was then considered cast for 3 because Bald Mountain is reducing the cost of all EndoZoa's cards by 1. And then the extra 4 damage came from Winter on Chumsie's side. So that was a very cost-efficient way to play. I expect we'll see a Spell Flux here.
There it is.
This won't be a big combo turn, but it's one that Chumsie needs to do to stay in this game right now.
Yeah, you have to.
Endo was starting to run away.
Chumsie hit us with an oh no? Chumsie
They tried to
bolt. They tried to bolt the Dashing Ringmaster.
This is something you could tell us all about, Tony.
Professional bolter. Yeah. That's not ideal.
Does EndoZoa have
7-ring ritual? Oh no. If Chumsie would have realized the bolt wouldn't have killed it, they could have just simply played over to the side to at least trade in.
And there goes that Troika sect I was telling you about.
Oh no.
Are we going to see EndoZoa add that Troika sect back instead of dealing 3 damage? We are not. So looking at the brackets and standings from the day, what is incredible is not only has EndoZoa gone undefeated match-wise so far this week, but this is the 8th match they're playing today, and they have lost a total of 4 games across their entire matches today.
And we might see EndoZoa sweep and take it all. Exciting. They've already jumped into the next game, giving
Can you blame them?
No time.
Chumsie in the chat confirming for us that they were not attempting to destroy the Ringmaster, but simply draw more cards and just didn't quite get there.
Okay.
I know we've said it before, but being able to interact with our players real time like this.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic.
Is something that I don't think any other game can currently offer. And it's really enjoyable to do as someone from the casting perspective. And we will see that Troika sect coming out immediately, shutting down the Gallows Boy. Now, EndoZoa doesn't actually play any way to otherwise buff that Gallows Boy back up. So right now, it is just that body. And we see EndoZoa shifting it out of the middle here. To me, that is EndoZoa signaling that they have a Bold Mountain in hand, and they are intending to move the Gallows Boy into a more favorable position towards the edge of the field.
Yep.
To put the Bold Mountain on, while they then try and compete over the middle with their actual creatures. Oh, and the Gallows boys are going to town. Such an incredible minion, and I'm amazed we don't see more of it.
So many Gallows boys.
Can we just appreciate his artwork as well? It is phenomenal. I love that cool little artwork.
Yeah, it looks great. Pretty much the entire game has fantastic artwork.
Now, Chumsie has dropped that Spellflux Cauldron out early. Do you think knowing your opponent's playing a Troika Sect, that's potentially incorrect? Giving them a chance to interrupt your combo while you're still...
No, because I think you need to do that early enough. That way you don't have to worry about fitting its play in when you're trying to go off, right?
No, absolutely.
Yeah, you don't want to have to do any of that like right as you're about to go off. You don't want to have to get your pieces together. You want them to kind of be nicely like stacked up. Rewind Hex coming down, gonna bounce the Bald Mountain to the top.
Shutting down one of Chumsie's key draws and putting him back 4 mana is huge. That Rewind Hex is almost
Very good.
Game ending. That's how strong that play is. Could you imagine right now if Chumsie tries to play their Bald Mountain down again, and EndoZoa has their own Bald Mountain to simply add back that Rewind Hex and repeat it? Sadly, we won't be seeing that play today because Chumsie just burned their Bald Mountain. But the thought was there. As seems to be the usual for me today.
Ooh. Burning the Cataclysm.
He's got a second one, watch.
Oh, no. EndoZoa setting up for success here.
Chumsie is now in a very rough situation. With EndoZoa up 1-0 right now, this may be the conclusion of the finals.
Oh, no. Allfather's Horn. Detain. Deported.
There's a lot of damage is put in by Chumsie. However, they are now out of card. And Fall has just gone for them. So they're only drawing a single card next turn, and that's going to define the rest of this game. It's going to define the entire championship.
This is getting really close. And I don't know if I can handle it.
EndoZoa now knowing that Chumsie does play Cataclysm, and unless they clear that Bella, they're in Cataclysm Smite range, is having to play very safe here. It looks like Endo has the game, but because of the threat of Cataclysm in Chumsie's deck, a lot closer than we think, and that's why EndoZoa is taking a lot of time with their turn. This is a huge, huge benefit to EndoZoa to have that Calliope Muse at this point in the game. Being able to pick your best top deck from the next 3 in such a tight game. We'll see what happens.
This is looking Real wild right now.
I also believe we've seen Chumsie use
Cataclysm. Hold up. Air healing.
Air healing.
Oh no.
Endo's going to be able to add back that air healing as well to use it again.
Oh no. EndoZoa putting himself out of range. Unless we get a draw. If there is another...
No. EndoZoa won't play the Firebird.
Well, if there's another Cataclysm in Chumsie's hand. Smite, Cataclysm, draw.
Possibly.
Thunderclap, Smite, pass turn.
And that's it.
That's it. EndoZoa.
Finally, this is, if we count the weekly test tournament, this is their 5th week playing it. And they have topped every single week, and they finally made it all the way through to the finals. And then in that finals, they've taken it home. What a match.
EndoZoa. Finally. The bride, as Mantid is saying in chat. Congratulations. We are all thrilled for you. Fantastic games from everybody. That top 8 was great. Everybody did fantastic in this week's tournament.
It was. Shall we pull Endo's deck list up onto stream one last time?
Yeah, we can. Definitely can. And I'm sure, I know Endo's been going back after each tournament, you know, either later on in the night or the day after, and kind of like watching and talking about the lines of play and everything. And I'm sure we're going to get some of that from Endo this week, and that's exciting as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. This is EndoZoa's Teamer Toolbox.
Whilst not the most expensive deck we had this week by a large margin, it is up there. It is not a cheap deck. But when piloted effectively, it is, as we've seen, dominating.
Yeah. It's been fantastic. It's definitely worked out. And it's been a great Saturday with you guys. So I thank everybody for watching and hanging out and playing. And you, Tune, of course, for jumping in last minute. Casting.
Always happy to tune in.
Yeah. Well, everyone, we are going to be stopping here for the VOD. I'll kick it back on and we could do some community chat if you guys want, but I'm going to be cutting it off right now for the VOD. And then we'll be right back to talk about, you know, how did you guys like the tournament? And what do you guys think the meta is going to look like for the rest of going into next week? Give us one moment.